Alrighty, there we go. And we're live. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Dice Hard with a Vengeance. One of your favorite D&D games here on the Twitch, the YouTube, the Spotify, the Facebook Live if you watch from there. Wherever you watch, we greatly appreciate your love and support. As always, like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, tap the little bell on your YouTube app so you never miss the uploads. Buy our shirts at ProWrestlingTees.com.
I like the red one.
Thank you. I don't wear this one often enough, but I do love this shirt. So
yeah,
go support our merch. And of course, as always, shout out to our sponsors, Raise Energy at repsports.com. I am drinking South Beach tonight, just because it's one of my favorite flavors. And I need the energy. And shout out to our new friends. They're not an official sponsor, but they're definitely close friends to the show and definitely out there helping us build our brand. Shout out to Collected Comics down here in Fort Worth, Texas. They have great deals. They have a very wide selection of comic books and a plethora of gaming books. So go check them out. Go support them. They're a great little shop. And they have basically gotten me addicted to comics again. So go love and support them because they're awesome. But with that, I'll give the reins over to our DM, Mr. Tim, and we will get this show on the road. If I can get him moved over. Go ahead, Tim.
Okay.
Take it away.
Okay. I want to, but we need to talk to our distribution people. I want to put in a request for the same type of shirt that you're doing right there, except green. So we need to talk to our distribution people.
I can work something like that. I can get us a green curbside shirt.
Okay.
If everyone out there wants a green curbside shirt, let us know in the comments. And
well, if we're making a request,
grab would be great.
I want purple.
Okay.
Purple.
Okay.
I think everybody looks good in olive green. I'm just saying.
Everybody can look good in purple too. Purple's a unique.
Listen, not the white guys. Sorry, man. Can't say sorry. Not
I loves me some purple, so I see you. I see you, Draco.
Okay. Well, let's just say we have official requests for green and purple.
Yeah. I think I can pull some strings.
Also, random shout out to Tidewater Comic Con. I spent pretty much the whole day there today, and burn up my tires making it back in time to make the stream.
But bad.
It was
definitely.
Be safer.
Definitely shout out to them because me and Tim were talking about this the other week. We remember when they were just a small con in a crowded room in a hotel.
Exactly.
And now they're massive. So
yeah, they were using the
them.
Virginia Beach Convention Center. The cosplayers were out there in full force, and they were really good. If anybody has seen the guy who puts out the Uncle Ben Rice outline with the Spider-Man gimmick, that is hilarious. He even set up at the like entrance of the con and actually set up like police caution tape around it. It was amazing. Tom Welling and Michael Rosenbaum were there. Adriana Padalecki, I'm messing up her last name. I apologize. She was there. You actually had a couple names of people that you've heard of before. So yeah, like it was definitely, it's getting bigger.
Also,
I wouldn't
one
say
of the longest reigning WWF Tag Team Champions of all time.
Demolition.
Demolition
and Sergeant Slaughter was there. Sarge had an amazing setup. I'm not gonna lie. His setup was so much better than when I met him in Lexington a few years ago. It was a good time. Anyway, that said, I guess we're gonna roll dice and kill things now.
Yes.
All right, guys. So welcome back to Sandbar, and where we last left off, you guys had finished we'll just call it a summit of the remaining authority of the Council of Brine, the governor of Sandbar itself, and you guys came up with a plan of action for moving forward. And the most pressing matter that was brought forward was a cult issue in the faraway kingdom of Aria, which it seems like not too many people had too much information on. And upon going to the Bloody Mary and a couple other places, you guys did some fact-finding, and you found out that you were kind of scoping out your ride, some form of transportation to get from Sandbar to Aria. And you had narrowed it down to 2 pirate captains in particular that you were kind of eyeing and kind of interviewing to see which one might suit your needs best. One being a very fiery Irish redhead known as Cassandra. The other you haven't talked to directly, but you in passing met a beautiful woman,
Very beautiful.
Elandra.
Beautiful.
If you were to say if she were to look like somebody who doesn't exist in this universe, she kind of looks like a Kate Beckinsale type, we'll say.
We're going with the redhead. We all make sacrifices, boys. Make a sacrifice for the team.
I'm just saying we didn't agree. We didn't agree to that.
I volunteer as tribute.
The redhead also attractive, looks suspiciously like a you-know-nothing Jon Snow type. We're gonna put that out there. But anyway, you guys.
Have your own feisty redhead. Back off.
Oh, that's why you don't like her. Get out of my lane, bitch.
This is my gimmick.
No, it's Cam's gimmick.
Hey.
Oh,
I'm saying Draco already has a hot redheaded wife, okay?
Gimmick infringement.
Save some hot redheads for the rest of us. That's all I'm saying.
Gimmick infringement.
You should sue Cam.
All right. But you guys did talk to the first mate for Elandra, and you had a face-to-face discussion with Cassandra. So, we're gonna move forward and see where you guys are leaning, what you guys want to do, and see if maybe we can start this voyage heading towards the Golden Kingdom of Aria. Where we left off, I believe we were all still in the Bloody Mary. I don't think we had left yet.
No, we
did some rolls, some insight, some religion checks on a cult of 1, maybe 2.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's where we had left off, was finding information about our resident warlock.
Oh yes. There was that little thing at the tail end.
Pings on the Patron meter.
Yeah, finding out that Corallos is still a member of a cult because, hey, guess what? Sometimes
you don't read that fine print.
You don't read the fine print.
Stop paying your membership dues, Corallos.
Yeah. And sometimes those dues come whether you want them to or not.
Sometimes.
That's where we left off, guys. So when you are ready.
Yeah, I think the last thing was Corallos had figured out that Wish would take care of that or something like that.
Correct. Well, there's a couple ways to work around that. Corallos did a high enough, I believe, an arcane roll in our last game that he knows the wish spell, at least he knows of it, and knows that would be a powerful enough incantation to break the pact with Corallos' very first patron.
Does he know someone has one in the holster? No, he doesn't.
100%.
Because V doesn't even know she has that yet. I've been needing to do that, but we've been a little busy.
We have been very occupied.
100%. DM talk, George, it is not the only way, but it is a way.
This is the way.
We do have... Okay. I suppose if we're picking up there... What time of night was it again? Getting late?
It's getting late. After all the discussions and the back and forth, I would say you're getting very, last call's coming. not that last call happens on this island, but for the
Right.
normal world,
Normal people.
last call is happening.
Yeah. On that note, we kind of hears the raucousness in the Mary, and she's gotten used to the hours that the Mary is usually more loud and not sleeping here, and she kind of looks at you guys up and down and is like, so I take it you probably don't want to sleep in the storage room of the Bloody Mary.
No, probably not. Haven't had enough to drink for that to be the first option or the second.
Well, if we want to head back to the hotel, I suppose that would be prudent.
Guess so. I guess when we get there, we'll figure out who we're going with.
Yeah.
Well, tomorrow, did you all still want to meet with Elandra for the sake of the meeting, or do we just want to go with Cassandra?
We should definitely meet for the sake of the meeting.
Yes, very much so, for the sake of the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right.
For the sake of, not blowing off a just random pirate crew that we may or may not run into later, we should at least give them the courtesy.
You just want to see my Kate Beckinsale impression, don't you?
Hey, you
That's
should've
why
put her there.
Draco wants to.
You
Choose
should-
your own adventure.
That's why Chris wants to. Don't lie to me.
Choose your own adventure, Tim. Don't get in the way of this.
Hey, this is what my character would do.
This is what your character would do.
Listen,
Go home. Get
You
out.
toxic son of a gun.
Torrin and Jay have similar opinions on women, okay? So,
Sir, since I started playing D&D, I've never said it, so this is the perfect time. This is what
Why
my
not?
Perfect time for it.
Sure,
Exactly.
sure.
All right. Well, I suppose we can head back to the hotel to start wrapping up for the night. Anybody?
yes.
I'll walk back with you guys.
All right.
Make our way through the Bloody Mary, I suppose, unless anybody has anything else here to do.
Torrin would just like to talk to Taven right before we leave.
Okay.
Just something real quick.
Okay. Stereotypical tavern keep wiping down the counter.
Taven.
What?
Looks-
Yeah.
look-
Hey.
Looks like you had a busy night.
Yeah, a little bit. Business is usually steady. I'm not gonna lie.
Good. I'm happy for you. So I need a small favor, my friend. If you could pass a message along.
Sure. What do you need?
Could you? Well, not really, not trying to brag, but I.
But you're about to.
Bit a little bit, just a little bit. I was knighted earlier today. And I wanted to see if you could send a message to Solanus and let him know that I got a promotion.
Hey, Dad, I got a promotion.
Hey, Dad, are you proud of me? Kind of thing.
God damn, Torrin has some issues.
Yes, he does.
Notice
Yeah.
Yeah, if you
Notice
could-
me, senpai.
If you could send a message to him, let him know of my new title, I would appreciate it. And, a good check-in on him, because I haven't heard from him in a while.
All right.
Appreciate
I
it,
will
Tate.
definitely reach out, kid.
And he'll leave, how much do we got? He'll leave 5 silver on the counter for it.
Kind of nods, takes it.
And that's all Torrin has.
Okay.
Join up with the group. What up, guys? What up?
Well, we're walking.
We didn't leave you, Torn.
They're all
Well,
waiting there, standing.
Well, we're walking back. I kind of want to take up the rear with Basilisk, if you'll let me. Basilisk. Just kind of as we're walking back, I want to pull you to the back and try to have a, not like a private, but a kind of quieter chat.
And I will be on the lookout as we walk back.
I learned about alleys.
Draco, give me a perception check.
I just
by to Corallos.
I just want to say that canonically Draco has been in cities before.
There's only one city druid in this
Yeah,
campaign.
yeah. And Caleb took baths too. Move on.
We know. Let the joke live.
That's 30.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Blinks.
Daggone. You keep a really close eye on the streets, and kind of you feel a little more confident than you did before. You think maybe the little bit of intervention from your fellow party members here, kind of your head's on a swivel, and you're like, yeah, this isn't any different than being out in the jungle or out in the wild. You know, there's different dangers here. I got this, and you really do. You don't take any, unnecessary detours.
You kind of shit.
Yeah. You.
I gotta watch out for my people, you know.
There you go.
The best.
Like, you know, I mean, through thick and thin, these are my closest friends. I don't know what that says about my life, but it's a fact.
All right.
This is what we're doing now. This is where we at.
Yeah. Okay. While that's happening, Basilisk and V.
Yeah, Basilisk V kind of pulls you to the back, kind of walks a little few feet behind the party, and says, "I have a question for you, or maybe a request, more of a question."
What can I do?
That trick you did before with tracking down Hector, could you do that again? Or rather, not for him, but rather, could you do it for anyone? Could you find anyone?
Technically, as long as they're within 1,000 feet, yes. But there are a lot of caveats and conditions. I have to know who they are, or have a specific title. Basically, if there is a word that if you use it in a sentence would invoke that idea of that person, that specific individual, then yes.
You have to...
So tiefling or cultist or guard or possibly even witness.
Oh. V kind of fidgets with a ring on her finger. So you need to know them or have met them before?
A name will work if it is a name that is accurate. And as far as I'm aware, they have to be within 1,000 feet.
1,000 feet.
They have to be alive, and there can't be a large stretch of running water between us and them.
Jeez. Magic doesn't really solve a lot of problems, does it? Just kind of creates a new list of little ones. Alright.
There's very little in this world that truly fixes a problem other than effort, cooperation, and foresight.
So what if I've never met them, but I have a name? Do you think that would work?
It'd be worth a shot, but you would have to... It would behoove you to have reasonable suspicion that they are within 1,000 feet of us. But yes, that should work.
I definitely don't think they're within 1,000 feet, but maybe someday it'll be worthwhile. I don't know why this one time I thought maybe magic would solve my problem.
What is the problem you're attempting to solve? There might be another spell, another working of magic that could.
Truly, I don't even know if this person exists. I'm not gonna lie, but if they do, and they're somewhere. I'd like to find them. And it could be worth the party's while at some point. But it's not enough of a... Well, I guess it's a me problem until it becomes a bigger priority.
Very well. But
Of course.
just know that foresight, not afterthought, solves problems. Sorry, Draco, go ahead.
No. Draco's trying to actively not listen to the conversation, but at the same time,
The high-ass fucking perception.
Good luck.
With a 30?
He can hear which note they're speaking in.
But
yeah, I was gonna say, like...
but at the same time, when he hears another spell in trying to find someone, Draco will look at V and I'm sorry to intrude on the discussion, but there might be a way that I could help with that.
What would you need?
Either maybe a crystal ball or like a silver mirror.
Do you need anything specific to the person?
Let's see. Let me see. I can do, if I have secondhand knowledge, like if I heard of the target, then that's like...
What if my knowledge is secondhand knowledge?
So
That
would that
makes-
be fourth hand? Would that be fourth hand?
I actually don't know how that works. Is that third or fourth hand?
I
Is that-
mean,
that's,
like the spell
that's third hand knowledge.
That would be
second
yeah. I
hand,
don't know.
first
it's
hand,
third
familiar.
It's third degree sourcing, but it would still...
Above board, if this is like
It's
divination.
right. Joe, that's what, 3 degrees of separation from the knowledge?
Well, from self-knowledge, yes, but that's...
Like, that's Kevin Bacon away from the knowledge, right?
Because it's
That's Kevin Bacon. That's half a Kevin Bacon at best. That's
Okay.
Kevin Fatback away.
Okay. Yeah.
Kevin Burton.
because I have been given a rough description of a person that I'm trying to find. So I would have to I would then give you that rough description. So I have never even met the person. So my understanding of the person is already secondhand knowledge. I don't know if that would work.
I mean,
Don't know
What
if that's
spell
fair.
is it?
scry.
Scry
Yeah.
on...
I mean, it's on my list, so would
What's
I
the distance
have at
of
least a
Scry?
working understanding of it?
I mean, I don't
Scry's...
think.
Hang on, let's look up the specifics.
Basilisk?
I mean,
What's the distance
You know,
on that?
or if you're talking above table, if you have blood or body part of the individual, an item that is theirs, or that helps a lot.
Right.
Okay. There's a modifier on this,
Yeah.
depending on how well you know the target.
Right.
For first hand,
So,
it-
so if I was to cast this through the description, it'll be a +5 to the save and throw.
yes.
But if I was to get some, like, I guess if it
It
says
just makes it harder and
likeness-
harder and harder.
You
Yeah.
can affect it if you have something like a daggone, like a body part or like a hair, like a lock of hair.
Okay, so then what's the
Then
distance
like
on
a
the-
garment or
But it
something.
says likeness or pictures. So if
Yeah.
V
Oh,
is able
okay.
to draw it roughly,
Correct.
then
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
That could help.
Okay,
So-
okay. What's the distance on Scry?
it doesn't have like a
There's no
distance.
distance?
Same
Plane, I
plane.
believe.
Same
So-
plane.
Yes.
same plane of
Okay.
existence.
Same plane of existence is what the book says.
Correct.
Okay.
So the biggest
Well-
biggest issue is that we don't have a crystal ball or a silver mirror at the point, but that's not
pretty sure he
I
has
would-
a silver mirror.
I was gonna say normally I would say, oh, let's make some rolls and see if you find one on the island, but I really feel like a silver mirror is something that V would have.
He's like, compact mirror.
Right.
Okay, well, give me some time to work on that, and thank you both.
Yeah, I mean, I had to take time to prepare the spell, but
Sure.
if this is an avenue that you want to go through, because I don't know that Basilisk is able to do this. I'm just speaking for myself that I know I'm able to do it if you need me to.
He kind of shoots a look at you, Basilisk. It's kind of like playful. It is just a little bit like, well, you seem to have a myriad of other skills. I'd be surprised if you couldn't do this.
I would have ways of doing so, not the same way, but in my experience, just as useful, at least as accurate.
At that, we're all useful in different ways. We all have our strengths and weaknesses.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you both.
You know, V, I don't want to sound bad
Don't
or
say it.
anything, but this is probably the nicest thing you ever said to me.
I did save your wife that one time.
But this is still the nicest thing you ever said to me. Progress. Progress is all I'm saying.
She kind of shrugs, smiles at Basilisk, nods, and then takes the lead.
I turn to Basilisk. I can still hear.
I think that's on purpose.
Well, I didn't hide. I took the lead in the party. I didn't stealth into an alley. I wasn't like, okay, bye.
You're just
could.
Batman.
I could.
I was gonna say,
She does that.
Good.
You just Batmaned away.
She's like, hey, look, literally anything else. Let's pay attention to it.
All right, you guys, without issue, because even with that conversation, Draco is just, predator-like senses on top of it. You guys make your way back to your rooms. Is there anything anybody wants to do before we head forward?
Yes, actually, before we, I guess, break off into our rooms and everything, I just want to ask V, because I know she's the most familiar with the island, if she knows where a weaponsmith is. I need something prepared for me. It has nothing to do with what we were speaking about earlier.
You did go. You and Torin both went with Hector to this one. There is a weaponsmith in Tradewinds. It is called, I can't believe that's the name I gave it. Salt Rock. Yep, it's in the notes. That's what it is.
Cool.
Maybe I was really tired that day. But you do know of a weaponsmith.
Okay.
Not too far away.
All right.
Yeah, V's just sort of like, I don't go to those kinds of weapon stores, so no.
But you would know of one because I know that you were with Hector and Torin when they went to one.
V?
Yes.
Pretty
Because
sure that was
that's
Kit.
no, because
Okay, then yeah, she'll tell him where it is.
I mean, if this is like off to the side, or if this is still in the group, Torin would remember the same.
Yeah, yeah,
that's a good
Yeah.
while this time.
She'll fill you in.
Yeah, no, this was before everybody
Okay,
broke
then yeah,
off.
Torin would people. Yeah, I remember where our weaponsmith is.
Oh, okay.
It better
I mean,
not be for a new staff.
No.
Speaking of, don't we? I think we have to get Basil some new staff because doesn't his get
Yeah,
broken?
we should really do
Right.
that.
Looks like we have a lot of shopping to do tomorrow. Before we head out for this voyage, we have to meet up in the afternoon with Elandra at the Bloody Mary, and then yeah. All right, sounds like we have a plan.
I like it.
Yeah, sorry about that. No, what I was saying was you went there because you bought Hector stuff from that armor. There's the I'm trying to remember. Was that where you bought the sword for him? You bought him something.
Okay.
It was right before you had to leave for a little bit.
Did we buy him new armor because we smashed the other one to pieces?
That's it.
No, remember that was Kit because V was already gone by then, and then she slipped him the gold to buy it with. That was when we first got here.
I really thought you were with him for that. Okay.
Kit was.
Yeah.
If I'm remembering correctly, we could have gone shopping up before the Rakshasa fight. Anyways.
Yeah, but anyway, you
We'll
all
get our
know
stuff
what
done
one.
tomorrow. I actually do have to I have to buy a couple things before we leave Sandbar too, because I keep forgetting to do it. So, yeah, definitely we can handle that. I did have one thing for the morning, and that was pretty much it.
Okay. Before we get there, Draco, were you done with that? Did you add anything? Yeah, excuse me. Did you add anything else?
No, I just wanted to put that on the board as something that Draco needs to take care of tomorrow.
Okay. I'll go around the horn. Torin, did you have anything?
Not anything for the night. He'll wait for the morning.
All right. Basilisk?
No.
Nothing. All right. Corallos,
I'm good.
you're good.
He's had some revelations for the night.
I was about to say he has to sit and think about things.
For now.
I got things to consider.
Yeah.
And V, you said you had stuff for the morning. Anything for the night?
No, she'll sleep with the king sheets though, because I think she did get a room with the whole group back before. She just hasn't used it yet, so she'll
You
sleep.
did.
She'll sleep here for the first time.
Okay. Okay. Basilisk. If you would, sir, I'm going to ask for... Give me a wisdom check. Not a saving throw, because you're not in danger. Just a
Great
check.
whiz check.
Not in danger
Correct.
yet.
You're not in danger, he lied.
Why'd
I
you
saw-
say it like that then? Why
saw-
would you even say that?
I saw a t-shirt that I almost got that you guys would appreciate. Hold on. Let's get this rolling.
Got a 19. 15.
19. That's good. The t-shirt was I am a DM, I am a liar, and I murder with a smile on my face. I almost got it.
I wore the shirt that George is rocking right now on another D&D stream.
Oh yeah?
It has been 0 days since I've derailed the campaign.
I'm so sad that mine got stolen. Mine was in my car. I'm
Oh,
so
was
sad.
that in the car? Was that?
Yeah,
Oh,
it was in my
okay.
car.
We'll try to find it again for you.
Rip.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It'll come back with a vengeance.
Oh.
What bullshit will I pull next?
Ew. Torin. Ew. Take away that, that inspiration I gave you for knowing the 300 quote? Take it
I
away.
still have the one from
don't get
the
that
2
anymore.
weeks beforehand as well.
You lost it.
You've been broken.
Okay, Basilisk with a 19. You fall asleep fairly quickly. However, you are a little. I'm not sure if I know the word for this. You are not plagued, but you have dreams the entire night. At first, you see something very similar that you saw in your visions before, and you see a battlefield of fire with the different races battling unknown foes. Some of them you can see. You can see the undead army. You can see the actually you've never seen them, but you see these large giants with that are hurling zombies at very grotesque horrors, and you're seeing the different races of people, humans, elves, centaurs, and you just see a warscape. What do you do? Basically, you stand. I'll say this: you stand alone. None of your party members around you, and you see before you just a war zone.
Do I have anything physically with me? Do I feel like any of my... Do I have like a walking stick with me? Like, do I have my staff, anything? Or is it just me standing there?
It's just you standing there.
Basilisk will cross his arms and snort and say, I am well aware of the horrors of war and the gravity of our situation. If you wish to tell me something, or you wish to enlist my aid, you need only ask and tell me who you are. I am not one to see the future or be plagued by visions and omens. So either this is but a nightmare, or someone, something can hear me.
I've told you once before that I have a vested interest in what happens. Let's just say I want to make sure that you understand the perils that lie ahead. The voice sounds like it's...
you my word.
It sounds like the voice is coming from behind you.
Basilisk will kind of snort and then slowly turn around to see where if there's anyone behind him.
Before you lies the edge of a cliff. The drop off is immense. And as you peer down, you see where the light leaves, and what you assume is somewhere there's a bottom. There's probably water, but you can't see it. And you see roughly about 30 or 40 feet hovering in midair in front of you. You see the cloaked figure from the Bloody Mary that you saw before. The face obscured very similarly, almost like somebody took like Vaseline and covered a camera, and it's like a haze. You almost also give me a perception check.
Perception. Only a 12.
12. It's difficult to see. You see a shimmering passing shimmering light go over this haze of a face, and that's it. The voice, which does not stem from this entity, but almost stemming from the void in front of you, it echoes and it returns. Let's just say that I believe you and your friends are not prepared for what lies ahead, and you need to be made aware of the enemies you face. Give me a dexterity save.
My best stat.
Mm-hmm.
Moo.
Moo.
Where's that? There it is. Dexterity save?
Moo,
Yes.
moo, 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 moo.
It's a 7.
Oh.
7. Moo. You see is a gargantuan hand reaches up from this abyss, this void that lies in front of you, and a huge arm and a gargantuan hand grabs the cliff's edge. The impact of it knocks you backwards and you fall prone. Something is trying to scale the cliff.
Okay. Since I don't have any of my gear, the idea of casting. No, I do have one thing I can do. Basilisk is going to roll over onto all fours and, like the sound of a gorgon on its last breath, the sound of a bovine roar starts to echo and bellow from him, and he is going to attempt to go into his Azamar form.
Okay.
Does that seem to function?
Yes, it does.
Ooh.
Then, as soon as his wings are present and he vomits forth the wax, the tips of his horns are going to start to, like tiny flickers of candle flame, as radiant light begins to shimmer across him, and his wings, these beautiful waxen wings, push out and like flap, sending this smoldering, melting wax all around him. And he is going to leap up, and as he does, he is going to use Sacred Flame and or basically wrap himself in the light of a sacred flame, and he is going to come down as hard as he can directly onto the hand itself and try, if not to free the hand, to slam down so hard it shears off the side of the cliff and sends him and whatever this thing is back to whatever is at the bottom of this chasm.
Okay.
And as he comes down, he's just going to say, war is a price none should pay, and none should send a single life to war who wouldn't give their own first. And he will come down as hard as he can.
Roll an attack.
Okay, that's going to be... That's going to be... a strength? Is it a strength-based attack, or...
Well, yeah, you're definitely doing like a melee attack with this, yeah.
Okay, yeah, just making sure,
Yeah.
because...
Yeah.
Oof. I need a quarterstaff. All right, that's going to...
We're going shopping tomorrow.
That's a soft 20. That's...
It hits.
16 plus 4.
It hits. Roll damage.
That'll be a D4 plus 0.
All right.
Nope, a D4 plus 1, sorry. So 3 points of piercing damage, or 3 points of damage. I just rolled dagger. But it'll also be 12 points of radiant damage because I'm in my radiant form.
You see, as you come down and you make contact, the hand would be, for looking for a size of comparison, almost giant spider size.
Okay.
You come down and make contact with the center of the hand. You see it flinch from the pain. It does not relent or let go, however. You hear the voice of this floating entity again as there's another shimmer across its visage. And you hear many hands play in war. And you see as the second arm grapples the top of the cliff. Something is climbing up.
And Basilisk will just look up at the figure and say, then we shall go for the head. and he'll leap off the side and dive down towards anything he can find that looks like a head. He'll follow the arm all the way down until it reaches something.
This is a very important roll. I want you, as you're free falling, roll insight.
Insight. Proficiencies.
Yes.
Insight. And it's a 17 plus 8 for 25.
Hell yeah.
Okay,
Hell
buddy.
yeah.
Power move.
As you jump off the side of this cliff, you see, and you expect a short trip down before you see the entity that is falling. However, you do drop quite a ways before you see the torso of this entity, and you look up and you see more arms. Is giant, almost like, what is 8, 9, 10 arms, 20 arms. Hundreds of hands are climbing up, and you land on top of the head of a 100-handed giant.
Would Basilisk know of the Hecatan Kyries?
That seems like something Basilisk would know about.
I'm gonna say religion. So it's in your wheelhouse.
That's, but it's also religion, not a cleric skill.
Did Basilisk also not pay attention
that's a
in
9.
school?
9?
That's only a 9.
You see a giant with a whole lot of arms. And you, very similar, my idea is very similar to the scene in Atlantis where Milo lands and sees the eye of the Leviathan. And you just land on the top of the head of this monstrosity of a thing who is not paying you any attention. And as this entity pulls itself over the top of the cliff, it notices you and starts to shake its head to get you off of its head. Give me... Oh, what you got?
And am I getting a general like negative feeling from this thing, like it is a problem, a threat, or somehow? Do I get the impression that this thing is not on, like, is not on my side, or is not helping?
You do not know. Its intentions are unknown.
Right. Then I can do. There's only one thing I can do because I don't have anything else. But I do have one spell I can use to try to, if nothing else, buy time or disrupt it or something.
Mm-hmm.
And right before it starts to shake me off, like the tiny little moo cow I am, I'm going to lift both hands up and I'm going to slam them into the eye, and I'm going to use inflict wounds, and I believe I still have my 5th level slot.
You do.
Let me check. I did not use it.
Moo intensifies.
Move.
So I'm going to attempt. I'm gonna make the attempt. Wish me luck.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do it, but in essence, I'm casting Cosmic Omen. I got you, but physically, I cannot.
17 plus 8 is 25.
That hits.
Nigga, like you won't go and hit.
3d10 plus 4d10 is 7d10.
Sure is.
Draco is just spirit fingering in his sleep for no reason. He's just like, he doesn't know why.
So we're going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7d10 is 40 plus 12. We're still level 12 for a total of, or no, we're 11.
I think we're 11.
We're 11.
Oh, sorry, 11.
Yeah,
All right, so then adjust the previous damage by 1. So 51 points of damage, 40 necrotic, and 11 radiant.
Nice. This creature howls in pain from the inflict wounds to its face, to its eyeball. The tremors and the sounds from this creature's howling of pain seem to shake the earth itself. And you see instinctively as a couple of the hands reach towards its face and it loses its grip and the entity starts falling. You with it, free falling.
Is it gripping me or am I just still on it?
Gonna make this.
I mean, I can just try a dex check and see if I can.
I'm gonna say, yeah,
recover.
give me a dexterity check, and we'll see how this.
Wake yourself up, man. Wake
We'll
yourself
try
up.
and.
Check or saving throw?
I want to make this a check right now.
Just a check? Okay.
Yeah.
11.
Natural 20 on arm number 2. And it basically, it's not even any damage. It pins you against its face, basically, as it's reaching towards it, you know, as anybody instinctively would if you got, you know, stabbed in the eye or something. So you are pinned against its face. You feel the impact of a couple of hands. You take no damage because, hey, guess what? It's not real damage. You free fall what feels like minutes, 15, 20, 30 minutes. You and this entity are picking up speed, and the next thing you feel is this earth-shattering crack as the carcass of this thing hits whatever was the bottom. And this entity is broken. Apparently, your fall softened from the blow by being on top of the body of this dead giant. A few breathless moments go by, and the ground begins to shake again. The frequency increases. And as you look up, the last thing you see before you wake up are thousands of eyes of these giants staring at you. And then you wake up.
That's horrifying.
Right?
That is horrifying. Jesus Christ.
Bad dream.
Bad trip. Bad trip.
Bad trip.
Fucking power move, though.
Celeste will sit up in bed. I'm assuming the room has like a mirror of some kind.
Yes.
He'll go and inspect himself for any damage or anything.
You see none. Give me a perception check.
Well, that's not what I wanted to hear. Okay. Perception check. 10.
Yes.
Just a 10.
10. I'm gonna say good enough just for this. Wasn't a super difficult thing. Yeah, I feel like if you'd have gone lower, you might have missed it. You look at your face and you see your face in the mirror as it changes. Very similar to the entity that you saw in your dream, where there was like a shimmer of light, and your face kind of goes out of focus. And you hear the voice one more time speaking back to you in the mirror. Many hands will be involved in this war. Many hands will decide this war. Many hands will be involved in the realignment.
I suppose I shall enlist many hands.
You instinctively dip your hands in the water basin in front of you and kind of wash and look at. And when you look in the mirror the second time, you see you. Normal reflection.
I suppose someone has to do it. And Basilisk will turn from his reflection and pauses. He's getting ready to get back into bed and just place his hand on his shield and look at his holy symbol. And for a moment, just kind of wistfully looks in the direction of home and shakes his head. And I suppose I'll need to finish sleeping. I will need everything I have to solve this problem as well. And he'll get into bed.
Okay. So morning comes.
I wanted to get up like about an hour before the sun rises
Okay.
and go knock on Torin's door.
Okay. Torin, very early in the morning, you hear a knock at your door.
Torin will spring from a dead sleep, claw bash her hand. Huh, what the fuck? Oh. Okay. And he'll put Clawbasher back down. Kind of go open the door. Oh.
Fully dressed, fully done up, veiled.
Torin's in like his PJ pants, that's it. Little nightcap sticking off one of his horns.
You've got a Scrooge?
Yeah.
Tell me you've got an Ebenezer Scrooge.
Yeah. Oh yeah, full on.
Oh yeah, okay. I love it.
It usually fits both horns, but it's only on the one right now. He
Okay.
tossed and turned a little.
Mhm.
Good morning. What's up?
I was hoping you would come somewhere with me just for a chat.
Sure. Like right now, because I'm not. Looks down. Decent.
I can give you a few minutes.
And I'll be read out. Torin will
He
close
closes
the door very quickly. Just like half awake, but as quick as he can, try to get everything on. Just maybe the armor's not completely torqued on like usual, but it's on him. Puts bow over the shoulder, Chaos Star and Clawbashers on his belt. All right, let's get going.
Kind of like straightens your like armor a little bit and kind of like takes to the streets.
Realizes he's still wearing the hat, throws it back. Good to go.
Yeah, so while it's still dark out, like a while before the sun rises, she sort of starts walking through the city up to the temples and shrines in the city, and eventually kind of comes to that little complex where they all are, and before the Aphrodite one, she sort of finds a seat on one of the benches, kind of sits down, offers you a side.
Torin will sit down. But not exactly sure what's going on, but he'll like, okay, I guess let's sit down. Looks up at the statue. Oh.
Definitely outside the temple. We're like, temples.
Okay.
This is definitely.
I was gonna say, if you sat down like in front of the statue, you'd be like, oh no.
God, no.
I'm sorry
Not
again.
bringing
I
it.
didn't mean it.
It's on the bench on the outside. She does kind of smile though. She kind of looks at you and just sort of says, "There was a time when I would have rather died than come back to a shrine or even a temple or even a shrine like this. How times change."
That's an understatement of the morning. Times definitely change.
Speaking of change, I suppose there's a conversation I need to have with you.
Okay.
Wanted to give you at least a full day to enjoy your
My new title.
before you needed to think too hard about anything.
I appreciate that.
We both want the same thing, it seems like. Probably for vastly different reasons. But the same end result, at the very least. And I suppose it is important for me to say the only value any of this has to me is that you all care about it. And, well, and Hector's goals, of course, and seems our friend Basilisk has some lofty ones, and there's a lot ahead that we might not even survive, but if we do, and we end up even close to where we want to be, your position is going to be one that spends a lot of time in the light, handling affairs of the guard and of the state that are a bit antithetical to what I think my role is going to be. I don't want you to be under any delusions about what is going to be required for what we want. Certain things don't go away just because we don't like them. They usually just go into the night, and I think that's where most of my role is going to be. Which, I suppose I'm doing you the courtesy of asking you now. There's a lot I'm going to need to handle. I can't guarantee it's not going to be messy, that it's not going to be pleasant. Given your new position, I don't know how much of that you want to be a part of. How much you want to leave to me. If you trusted enough to leave it to me. But I think we're going to be playing very different roles in the future if we get there. I suppose right now I want to know what that's going to mean for each other.
Believe it or not, I did think about that last night. I very briefly thought about what might happen when, Brian goes back to normal, we'll call it.
Whatever that new normal is going to be.
Whatever that normal is going to be. What being, I guess he said the first night of Brian will mean. No, I definitely walked around very happy to be called Sir Torin, but I guess will be expected to be in charge of a lot of things, being as though I'll have seniority. I know what you do for work isn't pleasant, and I know that you're still, I don't want to use the word wrapped up in, but still wrapped up in.
What I am isn't going to change just because there's people I care about now.
And I'm not asking you to. That's listen. We already talked about making our own decisions. And while I might not agree with some of your business. I would only hope that no harm would come to those that I care about, or that we collectively care about. And as long as those paths don't intertwine, I don't see any kind of conflict being had. I don't see any reason for the two of us to duke it out.
You wouldn't
Now,
stand a shit.
Granted, don't think I haven't thought about what would happen if any one of us went 1v1.
Almost did.
Almost did.
Torrent, I think it's important to let you know, just for clarification's sake. Well, let's just say you weren't wrong before about something going on between... I don't know. I don't want to mince words. The only value this world has to me is that a few of you that I care about it and need a place to be before you die. So make no mistakes that the only investment I have in any of this is for a handful of you. That said, there's a brothel that's going to need manning and a position that comes along with it, and I think that position is going to require a lot of finesse, shall we say. Crime's not going to go away. The bad things aren't going to go away just because there's a better person in charge, but I plan on making sure it stays in its place and knows its place. That's a job that I don't think you or Hector or even Draco or probably even Basilisk can really take up. I think that might fall to me, and I plan on handling it. There's a lot that's going to go into that. I need discretion from all of you, obviously, about a great many things. Actually, about everything having to do with me. That's just sort of
it's
standard.
It's not exactly how to open a conversation.
Exactly. Suppose at this point, that's all in the hypotheticals, save for your new title, but I just wanted you to understand, or I wanted at least to talk about however different the circles we're going to run in may be, and however at odds they may be, I'm on your side. And if ever you would like to know more or less about certain sides of things, ask me to keep you out of it. But trust that if you ask me, I will tell you everything I can. Maybe you can trust me to handle the rest.
Well, I know that both of these statements are going to be very shocking to you, but I do trust you. And I appreciate your honesty. I know, not something you hear very frequently.
I'm working on it.
But I appreciate it. And you know that if you ever run into something that you need help or you need backup, whether it be on this island or whether it be years from now in the free city of Brine, you can call a very large Dragonborn and a much larger Goliath, and we'll come kick a door down or two.
Well, and in this new city of Brine, if you ever need a door kicked down quietly, or maybe for some other more subtle things to happen, you know the brothel I'll be in, if all goes according to plan.
I like this plan. I'm happy to be a part of it.
It's a hell of a shady deal, I hope you understand.
It's very shady. Trust me, I'm still working on this whole, better person thing. But, your business is yours, and mine will be mine. And like I said, as long as none of your friends or employees come after any of mine, we should be fine. You know, because let's face it, if anyone's trying to take out a hit on like Hector, they're gonna have a rough time.
I'm after our favorite NPC. You're gonna have a bad time.
Huh?
But I can respect your business and know when and when not to ask questions.
All right. Well, sir, I just hope in maybe a decade or so you'll look back and remember that your first official doing in the position was to make a shady underworld criminal deal with an assassin, a fallen brothel queen assassin outside of the temple of her stricken patron. What an interesting life we lead.
Damn, Torn lost his paladin powers before he could even use them for real. For real.
It's really good that he's going the oath of freedom with this.
Yeah.
Because
what kind of deal to do?
literally he's been a cop for like 2 days, not even 2 days, one day,
24 hours,
and he made it.
Already
And he made
deal
a
with the
shady
mafia.
deal with the mafia. Yeah.
You haven't arrested anybody yet, and you're already on the take.
Yeah. My gosh. Are we sure I modeled this after ancient Greece, or was it America? Anyway,
Man, how many guns are in the land?
thankfully I haven't introduced gunpowder yet, but
Oh
can't
my
to
God.
I will.
Yet.
So we're not in
God.
America yet.
Not yet.
just to drive it home, Beat sort of holds her hand out to you, Torrin.
I was gonna say, why stop now? Says the disembodied, omnipotent voice in the back of your head.
Listen, ain't no one can give Torin a hard time when the last paladin slept with a succubus.
Hey,
He
right.
didn't-
Green
You're right.
paladin. Green paladin.
Sleeping
That's
with a
free-
succubus, dirty cop. Not the
Freedom.
same.
Just
She has
saying.
the freedom to do what she wants in her own.
In his defense,
I love how
Love
you're
trumps
interpreting
all.
it. Yeah.
love trumps all. Love is, you do stupid shit when you're in love. That's-
Oh,
I'm
great.
just seeing
That's the
Aphrodite
pass.
going, the pact has been sealed, and moving on. I don't know what you're doing. It's so bad. It's so scary.
Oh my god. Yeah, I love that in the secret history of the founding council of New Brine is going to be the shady 1-day-old knight and prostitute deal outside of the Temple of Aphrodite.
I love that it's
God, the
dirty
wolf happened.
politics. You don't even have a kingdom yet, and you have dirty politics. I love it.
In a weird
in their
way.
defense,
In
no,
a weird
in their
way.
defense,
Yes.
In a weird way, it's actually very honest and uplifting that V is like, hey, look, low. It's a big moment in our relationship.
Yeah.
Shady moment for the kingdom.
in their
No.
defense, much
Yeah, go
like
ahead.
America, 1779, nobody could agree on the Constitution, so 4 guys went around the corner to the bar, got drunk, wrote the Constitution, came back and ratified it and said, we're good, we're done, and that was it for like 40 years. But in their defense, it is completely normal for the country or whatever is -7 weeks old, and
Yeah.
they're already just not. We just got to make it work. We just got to make it work.
Oh yeah. Oh,
So-
if you want to really analyze this, look that you just made.
Although to be fair, that was so perfect. You want to analyze this?
Tim doesn't get to make a point.
You. Like you said, you were in the negative days on this, and you made a deal with a pirate king.
I was gonna say.
Just gonna throw that out
This
there
is not the
too.
worst thing
This is not the thing
that we've agreed
I
to do.
genuinely love that the infancy of this new kingdom happened with shady financing from a pirate king. In the cradle is on a pirate island, and the first official political deal made from the literal first night of the kingdom was with
You
a
think
future potential crime lord.
you thought that you were building Camelot? You are in fact building Nassau, and just so you know that, we're good.
Oh yeah, we're
He looks at Torin, and then she kind of looks back at the temple, and she kind of looks at you, and sobers up for a minute, and just says, "So Nat's not coming, right?"
No, she won't be.
Are you mad at her? Not Nat, her.
Oh, her? No, I'm more just very surprised that she didn't kill me when she had the chance. No, I'm not mad. I'm not sure how to feel about it, but I'm not angry at a deity or at a person. Trust me, I've gone through enough to be mad at deities, but I understand where I'm at on the pecking order. I don't think yelling and screaming and cursing at them would be the best option. Whether it make me feel better or not.
I never yelled or cursed or screamed either. I just ran straight into the arms of a succubus and became an assassin. Hell of a temper tantrum, don't you think?
Just a little bit. You know, I joined a group of people that I had no affiliation with, no idea who they were, and just decided that they were my new best friends, regardless of their backgrounds, whether they be shady cultists with multiple patrons, werewolves that are walking armories, or a literal assassin hooker.
And you ran right into bed with one of them too, don't forget that part.
Yep, definitely did that too. Definitely did that with the possibly murder-obsessed, chaotic, what would you even call that? Deity?
Walking collateral damage.
Walking
Yeah, you
collateral
kind of
damage.
rushed into that one just a little quick. Let's just say that I can't throw stones, though.
Yeah.
She gives you a really significant look. She's like, let's just say I can't or shouldn't be throwing stones.
Mm-hmm.
I'm currently trying to decide if it's worth bothering and or leading on the group for this one, or maybe asking her. Kind of weighing my options at the moment.
Well,
Need to find someone that might actually help us. I didn't want to say it at the meeting, but we haven't considered that the mystics we ran into a while back might be useful.
yeah, but when we deal with them, there's always some kind of weird, zany price to be paid.
I'm still having a hard time parsing out what was real and what wasn't. But if someone was real, then I have it on pretty good authority the Brotherhood's interested in mystics. So that might be something to put on our radar.
We'll put it on the list.
Might be worth talking to Basilisk about if he knows them. I hate to run straight into a new relation, but it's not like we know Draco all that much better. So if Basilisk can be useful, maybe it's worth talking to him about.
Right. Not to say that Basilisk has been dishonest in any way or shape, but I feel like Draco was very upfront with everything that he's needed. I don't think...
Past few days have been a bit of a blur, but I feel like Basilisk was as well. At least we know his motivation pretty clear.
Right.
That's a good or a bad thing.
I think the difference between the two of them is Draco asked for help and Basilisk offered to help.
Maybe we should take him up on it.
Oh, definitely. He seems more than capable. Speaking of Basilisk, we really need to get him a new staff. He kind of broke it, dealing with our bullshit, so I think it's the least we can do.
Oh gosh. Now that I think about it, would the group be willing to give me money?
I don't know.
Suppose it'd be a good idea for me to stock up on one poison or the other, and it just occurs to me I have either lost almost all of my personal belongings or not worked in effectively 6 months.
And it didn't help that 2 months ago you dumped out all your gold into the ocean.
I dumped out most of it, and had a lot of payments to catch up on. Didn't really make me feel any better, but at this point I don't know what would. Been feeling pretty...
I'm not sure anything would have made us feel better in that situation.
You know, I think maybe I'll try to work this one out with the group before
It's probably not
the fail-safe plan.
Trust me, looks at the temple. I understand her being the last option.
It's complicated.
I'm sure it is, and that's all the more I will say about it.
Sun should be up soon. We should get back.
Agreed. Torn will stand up.
Sure.
I'll offer a hand and start walking back.
She'll kind of link arms with you and keep an eye out on our way back.
Yeah, if you see those 3 kobolds, I'm definitely gonna have a conversation with them that they won't enjoy.
Maybe just learn to keep your eyes open better, and you...
Oh, trust me, I've learned.
Yeah, don't worry, you won't see them till campaign 2.
You won't see them, but they'll see you.
All right,
Always watching.
Always watching.
they're gonna be like the recurring bandits from Critical Role campaign 2, except they're just gonna be in every campaign I ever do for you guys. There'll be 3 kobolds in a trench coat or something, posing as something. I don't care if it's like a sci-fi like horror game I'm running. You're gonna think it's a xenomorph. It's 3 kobolds in a trench coat.
I'm telling you, man, it was really important. You know, we needed those tarot cards.
Okay.
Guys. When we get back to the hotel, I'm gonna sit down in the lobby and just kind of, I'm gonna sit down there and just take out one of the empty books I have that I've been writing for a while and just kind of get to work on something while the party gets themselves together.
Okay. Anybody else got anything for the morning?
Only thing that Draco's gonna do is, you know, this little cosmic omen thing. Like, I feel like he's probably one of the ones that's up earliest. So he can, you know, see what's in store for us. And I rolled and I got evens, which is whoa, I think. Was it whoa, Will? Will.
Okay.
So good things possibly. I don't know.
Anybody else got anything?
Torn's just gonna wait at breakfast for the group. He's gonna talk to Corallos when he wakes up.
Do we have to go to the frozen film, or is there Continental here?
We'll say there's a
I was gonna say I feel like at a
half-
place called the King Sheets, they definitely
the
serve
King
breakfast.
Sheets. We're gonna say that there's breakfast
Breakfast and
served.
mimosas.
It's more than just pastries. Let's put it that way.
V's eating like she's poking at the too fluffy, too dense eggs.
Yeah,
She's like, huh? It's better than nothing.
that it is.
Not gonna lie, and I'll lie to Taven if he ever hears it from me. For his food.
Okay. I think before we get going with shopping and meeting with pirate captains and all that good stuff, I think this is a good place just to take a quick little break for anybody who needs it.
Think so. Alrighty, Sorry, gotta get to the stream. We're gonna take a short break, and we'll see you guys here in a bit. Hey everyone, come check us out on our Twitch and YouTube Live. Sundays we play Rocket League. Mondays will be a new game. This month we play Jedi Survivor. Tuesdays will be a retro game. And on select Saturdays we play Dungeons and Dragons with the Dice Hard with a Vengeance crew.
content.
This
We've
is
done
some
all
good
night.
shit. Like, come on, man. This
Because
is
Oh,
because I built an
watching.
ad, okay? That's why we didn't go live yet. I hit the ad so people
You
can
think
know
they care
when to
about
watch.
hundred-handed giants? They care about what our
What
what
our
our
What we
preferences
believe-
are.
hall passes are. Like,
Who will we leave our spouses for?
right.
They don't give a damn about spells.
Although you kind of would have to add Amelia Clark to that for me because
They
I've
think
got
they are a bunch of nerds.
anyway.
I can't believe you didn't already say Blake Lively. I'm color me shocked.
Oh, but you already know, like you said, from my NPCs.
that was
you
the
can-
beginning,
For his
obviously.
NPC list.
Yeah.
you know
Blake
Amelia
Lively.
Clark, Blake Lively, and Natalie Portman.
And now we know.
Catherine Hepburn.
What you want, Natalie? The drink is
Uh,
fine.
Oh
Not
my
Catherine
God.
Hepburn. No.
Porterhouse, baby.
Well, we're back. Thank you.
Which
everyone,
Natalie
for
Portman?
The rapper.
See now.
SNL.
SNL.
Natalie
That is the
Portman.
right answer.
Yes, SNL.
What you want,
SNL Natalie, yeah.
The drink is fine.
Anyway, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. God, we have interesting conversations during the break, and sometimes I wish I could put them live,
Oh.
and sometimes I'm glad we
Kate
don't.
Dennis. Kate Dennis. That's another one.
Kat Dennings?
We're done.
Yes.
We're
Cat
done. We're
Dennis,
done.
yep,
Jacob.
yep.
I'm sorry, but
Submit
No.
all, please.
No,
submit
Hard
all
don't be
agree.
sorry.
to the
We
chat.
agree with you.
Kat
But-
Dennings, hard agree.
hell yeah.
Let's continue.
Go ahead, Cam. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. We all agree. Anyway, thank you everyone for coming back and watching. Sorry for the extended break. Once again, I'm glad sometimes I don't post this stuff, and other times I wish I would have. but we're back from break. I'll give it over to Tim, and we'll get this game back on the road.
Okay, it is the morning after. You guys, the day is yours. I believe that the party wanted to do some shopping, and then you were gonna do your meeting with Alandra, and then probably some decisions to be had on which captain you were gonna go with, and you just might be able to kind of start our adventure towards the Kingdom of Aria. So let's go ahead and let's get moving here.
Let's go.
Okay. Breakfast is had. Let's get the ball rolling here. Breakfast is had, and the day is yours, you guys. And there was talk before of we were gonna do a trip to the weaponsmith, I believe.
Yes.
Yup.
Is that the first thing on the itinerary?
Yeah, we do that first thing.
Yeah.
Real above board, easy question for just the group. How much money would you guys be willing to spend on poisons? Because there's a couple cheap ones that I think would be really useful to stock up on. They're
Question.
very expensive. They're like in the thousands.
I
but
mean,
there's some
George
cheaper
is our
ones.
walking bank, so ask him how much
Yeah.
gold we got.
Actually,
You tell me, George.
I have a suggestion for that, and that's if Tim is allowing me to. But you technically can potentially have a walk-in poison factory next to you if Tim lets me wild shape into different poisonous animals.
That's cool. So that would work for serpent venom, and that would work for like damage dealing potions. The ones that I think I want to stock up on because they're very utility and very useful is essence of ether, just because it's a very useful utility poison, and malice. That one makes you go blind. Ether makes you pass out. So like,
Have you ever seen what? Well, which one are you trying to do, Draco?
No. I was gonna ask like what would be like the most poisonous form that I could take.
you turned into it like a viper before.
We
Yes,
met you
I
as a
turn into
snake.
snakes.
I did turn into a snake, but is there something more potent that I
Okay. Wait a second, Draco. I know from our one-on-one, you have seen this creature. You do know what a type of, I'll say, a type of basilisk looks like.
Ooh,
Oh,
that would
yes.
be cool.
Oh yeah.
One moment. Yeah, remember that?
Yes. I was very scared.
Basilisk, I can't use my phone. Can you look up how much essence of ether is for me?
Sure.
I don't recall how much those are. The only one that I really am kind of hellbent that I want to buy is the ether because, like, let's just say Essence of Ether has saved my ass like a dozen
300 gold.
times. Huh?
300 gold.
Jeez, I remember them being cheaper than that.
They might be cheaper for you. This is wholesale. Or this is retail, sorry.
Yeah, I think I might have done in trade last time.
Get a discount if you buy in bulk.
Yeah, well,
Draco, do you have Druidcraft?
I do not actually. This was I made Draco before I realized how important some of those shits were. Like reading this, like what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? So I do not. Like whenever I do get another cantrip, I am going to get it though. And
Druidcraft's really useful. It's kind of like prestidigitation only.
That's a variant, though. That's not.
And I have 19 platinum bars myself and like 4,000 gold. So if you need,
well, goddamn.
if you guys, it's up to you guys. I will say this: the really good damage dealing poisons are like about 1,500 each, but ether's about 300 each, and those are very useful. So just you guys decide what's fair because V has really like no money.
no, I mean whatever you need for your kid, we'll adjust accordingly. Whatever you need. Like
I mean, it really just kind of comes down to what they have.
I've got 600 gold I can put into the fund. I just need a
because we
quarterstaff.
also need a staff for Basilisk.
Hold up.
Do you need like a weapon quarterstaff, babe, or do you need like a?
Just needs to be a quarterstaff. I mean, if there was like a cool quarterstaff that did extra shit, that would be super great for me. But since my primary method of attack is shillelagh, and I can't do that without a quarterstaff, that's why I'm using primal savagery.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Then we'll get you a
primaries.
quarterstaff. I also.
Okay, that's still an option. Yeah.
I was gonna start talking to Basilisk and Draco once we're back out and about like maybe starting to source poisons myself, but that's in the future. For now, I do still need to kind of buy them because I can only make basic on my own.
See, I'm trying to think, Chris, because you saw an ice basilisk.
Yeah.
It's kind of a variant idea for me, and you guys will learn this, that sometimes I'll play with the elemental side of a creature from time to time. But I'm trying to think, if you've seen that, can you take the form of another type? I don't know. I feel like the whole thing with the druid thing is that you can take the form because you've seen the creatures. So yeah. I don't know if that's gonna work, but
well, an ice basilisk would probably still have some type of venom attack, right, or poison attack.
So I would argue that if it does poison damage or it does cold damage beyond whatever its bite attack does, maybe the poison just does that instead of what the standard basilisk poison does.
That's what I was thinking too.
If
but it would still behave like poison.
3d6 poison damage, maybe it does like 2d8 cold damage instead.
Yeah,
which would be
because
weird and cool, but I don't know.
But I would be proficient. That's the thing. If
I originally kept the poison damage for the bite. It just it does other things as well.
Well, that might be worth playing.
So maybe I'll for lore's sake is just say that it's a different type of poison, and that when it's used, it's like freezing cold sensation before the poison goes into effect. Okay, because that was something that I homebrewed, that there are certain things that, and I don't mind over the table mentioning this, like, if I see something that's like, oh, hey, it's a beetle that vomits fire, well, you can be sure that I looked at that and went, yeah, what else would be cool? If that beetle spit out acid,
Cool.
So,
well, then I'll tell you this, guys. I'll go to the poison shop. I'll see if they have ethers because those are really useful, and I kind of wanted some of those. I won't buy any super expensive damage dealing poisons. I'll just see if they have the blindness poison and ether, and then later on we can play around with maybe sourcing some poison from some more organic sources. Draco. And V will be in very hushed tones, very deliberately, because Draco, you're a mouthy one. And she's just like, gonna need a bit of discretion, please. Shut the fuck up about my love life, who I'm sleeping around with, where I go with my time, and what I do.
Draco has never put you on blast.
Jesus, I heard her neck turn that degree.
No. We're above tail right now.
Even with
Draco-
Torrin's low perception, he heard that.
No, you fully did.
100%.
You
When?
1,000,000% did,
That's
Draco.
first,
Multiple times.
That's his very first time here. The
Tim's
second
like,
time you were interacting with the DM, with somebody, because the first time was just the DM. The second time, I believe it was Torrin, and it was. Aren't V and Hector fucking?
Yeah. Oh, all right. Cool.
And then you said it again when we figured out the curse, and you said it again during the town hall meeting with the council. Draco, I like you. I think this could go somewhere. I trust you. I like you. You're part of the group. But keep your fucking nose out of my love life and out of where I go at night and out of who I poison. Please.
Yeah.
And I think we'll get along just fine. You're a good guy.
No, I'm not even gonna say it. All right, Jericho just nods his head.
While all this is going on, Torrin is
100%.
Chris would keep digging
Corallos
deeper,
and just-
but Draco's going to be quiet.
Yeah,
Further.
100%. Like the closeness that he thought he had with V just went.
Oh, gone,
that
brother.
shit's gone.
Gone, brother.
Yeah. Torrin will put an arm around Corallos and just push him a couple feet further to like keep him out of the line of fire.
Because V is like, okay, I don't have to beat around the bush with him because we're a little closer now, so I can be honest. Turns out V's just a bitch.
Oh, look at that.
I mean, when you look at his wife, that's the type of like women that just gravitates towards.
You haven't met
to Draco,
Lilith
so,
yet. Yeah.
So 100%, like he's used to it.
He's just like, yeah, this tracks. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
My bad, V. I didn't.
All the
My bad. I didn't
all
mean
the
to
women in
overstep.
my life are like this. It's fine.
It's a me problem.
Me.
It's a me problem now. Like something's
You
wrong.
never say anything about me.
Yes, you see, okay, Chris, you see how real life shit sometimes bleeds over into this?
That bleed over effect, my
Oh,
God.
first of all, that shit shouldn't be on live stream. But I can't argue with that.
So you could have just said no comment, but instead, what you did is Yandere Mommy is the one who I love, and that's what makes me happy. And it's important that you're happy. That's what's important. And I'm happy that you're happy.
Let
God,
me
I
live
love
my
Draco-
life.
Basilisk thought that druids were just fucking matriarchal. Nope, turns out, just Yandere fetish.
I mean, we turn into animals, like it is what it is.
Look, did I argue?
Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm.
I am a 300-pound cow going, no, I see that, okay. This I understand. The shoes thing? I don't know. But this I get.
Have missed you guys.
I missed all of you too. This shit gives me life.
Oh,
At
Okay,
that point, Draco's
okay.
like to the weaponsmith now.
Okay.
Yep.
Can we go buy a stick, please?
Can we go buy a stick now? Okay.
No.
Moo.
no.
Let's go ahead and get a little bit of this out of the way. Olive, just tally up which poisons were you trying to get your hands on?
Ether and malice. So I'm
Ether
hoping
and
like
malice.
3 ether and like 3 malice if they had them.
Okay. Just do the math on it. Hold on.
That's.
I'm not gonna make it hard for you to find it, is what I'm saying. Let's just go ahead and we'll.
Yeah, sick. 'Cause I don't need any info from the poison
Essence
shop,
of
so that's fine.
ether. 300 gold times 3, so that's 900. And the other one was
Now,
malice.
if you'll lower the total price at all, if I hand him off some serpent venom and some basic, because I have a bunch of that, like really well made basic, and like serpent venom, if you'll offset the price a little.
250 times 3, 750.
750.
So 900 plus 750. In other words, I'm going to give you the total, and then we can do some rolls if you want to try to talk them down or barter and whatever. So that's 1650.
Yes.
That's fine. That's not that much.
My community college math served me well.
That wouldn't be that much for V. If the party wants me to negotiate, I will negotiate down.
Okay, so 1750 right now for everything that you wanted. You said,
I'll give him 2 serpent, and I have like 5 basic, and see if he'll offset it down to 1500.
That sounds like a good deal. Roll persuasion, but the DC won't be high.
Okay, cool. Well, I didn't roll great, but that's an 18.
Yeah, done.
Cool.
I didn't roll great. It's an 18. Yeah.
It's a 6 on the die, but I get a ridiculous bonus.
I said I wasn't. The DLC was not high. You beat it by a lot.
Exactly.
So you're good.
V stepped out for Starbucks and came back with poison.
Go ahead and mark off what you traded and add your 3 of each: 3 of malice and 3 of essence of ether.
Yes, sir. Feels good to be stuck.
And whoever treasurer, mark the gold off.
Corallos. V returns to a 17-year-old boy and goes, I spent 1500. This is odd.
I love this visual, by the way.
So weird. So weird.
Just turning to the teenage boy. Hey, 1700. Mark that off.
Yeah, 15.
Oh, 15. Yeah, 15. Mark that off.
15.
So weird. Here's a Starbucks.
There's a Starbucks and a PS4.
Woo.
he can so
that
easily
would work.
bribe the treasurer.
I'm happy.
Basilisk.
I'm with Corallos here. This is we got a PS4. Well, he got a PS4, and I know there's a couple of multiplayer games. We're good.
Yeah.
We have a ship ride coming up. It's gonna be
And Marvel vs. Capcom 3. We're baller. Like, it's fine.
There you go. Man, that's a great one. Anyway, don't get me distracted. Okay.
We're trying to speed this up.
You're trying to play D&D.
Get out of the room, Mom.
Okay. Basilisk, you're looking for a magical staff, correct?
I'm looking for a quarterstaff. I would settle for a magical staff, but given I've got 600 gold in my pocket and I'm a large cow man, I'm pretty sure I might not find a really good one. But I would, if there's any available, I would like to peruse them at the very least.
What about this
Corallos?
one? And I will hand you my Skyblinder staff.
Ooh, what's that?
Oh, I forgot about that.
Wait a minute. What?
Yeah.
You
Go ahead, George. More details, please.
Hang
I
on.
was to say you also have the staff of protection as well.
I think he still needs that.
Yeah, I think he still needs to be protected.
I can't attune to either. I can't use them.
Oh shit! Really? Oh, my bad.
Guy blinder. Yeah. Do you want me to send that to you, Joe?
He already sent it.
I just sent
Oh, you did it?
Skyblinder?
Okay, never mind. If you're good, you're good.
Damn. I didn't know you had this.
So you've got these 2 on hand. So, and you don't need them either one, right? Well, you can't attune to them, rather.
Exactly.
All right. If nobody else needs either one of these, that's awesome. Yes, I currently I would go with the Skyblinder. It's contingent on the following, though. DM.
Yes, sir.
If I use Shillelagh, which enhances my quarterstaff, one, would that work with a mage's staff?
The spell doesn't restrict it, I don't think.
It says quarterstaff or club. The implicit understanding is that you can use a quarterstaff or a mage's staff as a quarterstaff, just in general. But I just want to know the actual decision, the actual ruling.
Kate used her cane, so
I'm going to rule that it would work.
So the +1 attack and damage rolls, would that also stack with Shillelagh? Because I'm using a magic weapon, basically. Would that still carry through?
I see no reason why it wouldn't.
Okay. Then then Basilisk will absolutely go for the Skyblinder staff and put 500 gold, give 500 gold to Corallos to offset, to put it to the party fund. But the Skyblinder staff was absolutely better for me in every way. And since I can fly and I can chase after a flying creature, or if something tries to attack me while I'm flying, that's a really good item.
I know
And
that we joke sometimes that, you know, I throw around magic items and I don't care, but like I see no reason why that would work. I don't see why that would negate Shillelagh. Like the whole point is sometimes when you run out of stuff to cast, you cast Shillelagh because all right, Wump and Stick, you know,
out of spell slots, got to do it the old-fashioned way.
Can't use her cane as Shillelagh, and it was sick. So yeah, Shillelagh kicks ass.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call this Pemberton Bumper Stump. No,
okay.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. And
right.
it's my first attuned item.
Yay!
Nice. Are we shopping for anything else? Are we looking for anything else?
Yeah,
Draco
I need
needed something.
Yeah, I need something specific.
Uh-oh.
That's why I was saying I needed to go to a weaponsmith.
Weaponsmith?
Yes, I want to get a silver spear made that was adorned in pearls.
Well, you don't want much, do you? All right.
Yeah, right? What the shit?
Don't worry about it. You'll see later.
V is
I
like.
will worry
well,
about
that's
it. One of the party members is weak to silver.
Don't. It's okay.
V looking in like a silver encrusted mirror. That's opulent.
It's not what you think.
You don't want to be a shiny boy.
Listen, I just want you to know that I'm uncomfortable with that.
V, you should be. Snap.
You don't have to worry. It's not for that. It's not for stabbing things. Believe it or
A
not.
spear, it's not for stabbing things.
Not for me. You'll see. Don't worry. And
I don't get it either.
I promise when you see it, it's gonna be cool.
Spear stab.
Oh, Tim, while you're
Axe
looking that up,
cut.
I didn't want to make a big thing of it, but while
Plus
she was in the
100.
hotel, I wanted to do a sketch for later for when we go to Bloody Mary.
Yeah, I'm looking. Listen, there's layers to this. I'm looking at the price of a spear, and then the price to silver it's 100 gold on top of that. So.
And the pearls. I need the pearls as well.
How many
Well,
pearls do you need it to have?
Right now, I just have silver on it. So you're gonna have to wait a second to see what bejeweling it with pearls is gonna cost.
I'm just letting you know.
V is like,
Listen
hey
here.
guys, can I have like 2K for poison? They're really useful. And Draco's like, I want a pearl encrusted spear.
Boozy ass bitch.
I love this.
You're really, really
it's
showing me
so-
some colors I hadn't seen before, Draco.
It's so funny, and I cannot wait for y'all to see what this is for.
We
'Cause-
literally just went diving for this stuff. Can't you just add that? Okay.
Do we have pearls?
Not anymore.
V has a very special pearl that she's not giving you.
Oh, I
and
wasn't.
Torrens is headed probably west, and it's like 7 days away. So no, we don't have. any
V
pearls
has
or
a
anything.
black pearl. I believe the size comparison
Okay.
was a golf ball.
Because this is going to affect the price, Chris. Roll me a d20.
A D20.
Go.
Can I say this? If it's not too late, if I can do any assistance with haggling for him, I will offer my services to.
Oh, I
assist.
haven't given you a final price yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say when that's coming, Chris, I will assist you. If you
This
need.
is not a skill check. This is not. This is a
It's an
d20.
11. It's 11.
11.
Yeah.
Okay.
That college.
The
math
price
right
of this spear stands at 1,500.
Oh, okay. That's no problem.
Ah,
I look at everybody. Do y'all need anything? It really wasn't as much as I thought it was going to be. Good.
Wow, V is just shaking her head at what a bumpkin Draco is. She's just like, ugh. All right, pay off the rack prices, I suppose. Pay retail, that's fine.
Do you?
I was going to, but
Hold
V-
on, Draco. Hold on. I've
V
made
has
this
made me-
mistake before.
100% V has made
And then-
Draco just so uncomfortable right now. Like he was reaching into his bag. It's like, then would you like to take the lead?
Don't fall for the tourist prices. I've already done it once.
Would you like to take the lead, V?
Well, my sales pitch will just be, this is the 4th time this particular group has patronized your shop for no less than 1,000K each time. So maybe you can just give a returning customer discount.
Okay, roll persuasion.
All right. I just love that V is like, oh, I can be, I guess, myself around Draco, and herself is just an absolute bitch.
Yep.
Sound good.
22.
Okay. Yeah, he looking. I'll say. What did I quote? It was at 1,500.
Yes.
1,250.
I was about to say Draco looks at V. Is this good
V
enough?
thinks about it for a few minutes, and she's like, a few seconds, she's just like, we'll see you again soon. Deal.
Okay.
All right,
Draco,
you said
with
12.50?
mark 1,250 off, and with that you have a silvered spear. I'm trying to use a word beyond bedazzled, but
No,
It's bedazzled.
Jewel?
But-
It's bedazzled.
jeweled,
Rusty?
encrusted in pearls.
It's bedazzled. Fucking Nathan Fillion, or no, Brendan Fraser is starring in it.
Brendan Fraser
Uh,
is bedazzled.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
It's
Elizabeth Hurley.
bedazzled.
Elizabeth Hurt.
Oh yeah.
Now
Going
we're
back to
back
what we were
here.
saying
Still
earlier.
Now, here we
on-
are
Oh.
again.
I was about to say.
I am
Also, yeah,
easily
fucking
distracted
horny
tonight. I
tonight.
don't know why. All right.
Why are we so thirsty tonight?
I know, right? While
getting
all speaking of which, this is an amazing segue. Speaking of which, while all of this is happening, Corallos, what are you doing?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Wait, I can
You
answer
just-
this. Corellis is
um,
following Torin as Torin's window shopping, like picking up different weapons, but like, I don't know if this one works better than the mace.
Okay.
Just pick it up like random sword, be like, no, not feeling it.
Not very
War
nice.
axe, no, I'm not feeling like. Just can't
Okay.
decide if he wants something new or if he's happy with where he's at.
I think you're looking for a
At
sword,
that-
Torin.
While that's happening, Torin and Corallos, because you two are the two that are just kind of off to the side at the moment, you see it as a figure walks up very close to Corallos, and kind of, Corallos, you see roughly around your height a white-skinned tiefling adorned in like a pale blue, like a light blue sashes, and a quarterstaff strapped to her back. And she kind of hip checks you just to the side, just for a second, so she can look at something that's on the rack. And she yells across some of you guys to the owner of the establishment by name. Did you get anything new in? And he just yeah, I got a couple pieces. Go take a look at it. I'm in the middle of something. Just give me a second. And this is
How old does she look?
young. For
Okay.
tiefling, it's tough to tell, but possibly in her teens.
Okey-dokey.
Kind of like, we'll say almost like ram-like horns, except instead of a ram, they're kind of curling the opposite direction that a ram would.
Okay.
But you see, that's pretty much what you see there. What I sent in the group chat there, Corallos, and you see Corallos as she's kind of side-eyeing you a few times, but she's looking at a couple quarterstaffs that are set up off to the side.
I'll nudge Torin and like draw his attention to her.
What's up? Yes.
I don't know. She just bumped into me.
Bump back into her. I don't know. Don't stand there and take it.
What do you want me to do? I'll get the blaster.
No. Too far. Too far. Okay.
Is my passive height up to hear this?
What's your passive? 20 what? 18 what? Hold on.
Let me
What's your
check.
passive?
Holy this?
It's 18.
18? Yeah.
That wordlessly, Basilisk walks by, puts a hand on Corallos' shoulder and casts Enhance Ability, Fox's Cunning, and then walks away.
I love it. I love it.
You now have advantage on charisma checks, like persuasion checks, or how you doing checks.
Pushed me.
She pushed. What should I do? Push her back. That is the most Tauren thing I've ever heard. Oh my
We
gosh,
just
I
had a
miss you
conversation
guys
about
so
his height
much.
this morning.
I love you
Oh, and
guys.
here's Alan Rickman. No wonder you're single.
All right. Here's what you do, Corallos. You go over, look at the same staff she's looking at, and just nudge her back. Go. And he gives him almost too forceful of a shove forward.
Yeah, okay. So Corallos, you stumble forward a little too obvious, and she just kind of looks back at you, and then goes back to the display that she's perusing.
Well, I'm gonna listen to Torin, and I'm gonna go over and bump into her. Probably a little too hard.
Whenever you give me the chance to insight or to figure out what's going on, let me know.
Oh, I love every second of this. Oh my
Whenever
gosh.
you give me the opportunity.
I'm milking this. Okay, just give me a strength check.
Strength.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want you to ask. I want to know what Uncle Mer. I want to know what
Did you
Uncle
break
Mer's
your legs? Did you break your own legs?
That is a nat 1 plus 0.
Yes! Yes! God, I love
Corallos.
D&D.
The brand new dice right there. Goodbye.
This is the most narrative thing. Okay. Attempting to assert yourself kind of in the situation, give a little bit of what you took, and you want to get her attention as well. You absolutely step forward. Unfortunately, you didn't really check your footing immediately, so you face plant right in front of her. You just you didn't check the uneven boards of the establishment. Trip. Bam. No damage. No damage. But I mean you could take 2 points of psychic damage or bruised ego damage if you want. But you absolutely just face plant right in front of her.
Joe,
At this point, he's sort of
I
just
love
like,
it.
what?
There's only
You
one thing.
absolutely, yeah, V, I'm going to say this is noticeable to everyone.
Like, what the? Yeah, 1500's great.
Do I notice that everyone noticed?
Roll perception.
You're a 17-year-old boy. You know everyone in the world noticed, and they're going to remember forever.
15.
15. You kind of look around and you notice that, Torin immediately kind of helped you that direction. Basilisk absolutely kind of looking back as he was walking away sees it. Draco and V are still dealing with making their deal for his spear.
You do realize how short your pants are, though, and that you haven't washed your shit sneakers in a while.
The last thing you see is your head kind of tilts back up and your eyes meet the glowing yellow eyes of a white tiefling looking down at you, kind of stifling a little bit of a laugh but looking right at you.
Play it smooth.
Torin is.
I'm gonna cast
Smooth
invisibility.
dirt.
You're gonna-
No,
That's
that's what I would have
perfect.
done.
That's perfect.
If I'm a 17-year-old boy, I ain't shit. Invisibility,
Right.
Menagerie, banish
In front-
myself. I'm
in front of
done.
the girl?
Corallos
You
is out of the
were
campaign,
playing
apparently. He's just
shit.
done.
In
Playing
front of a
shit
cute
to
girl? Hell
Dana
yeah.
Bash. Bye.
Fun.
Deity of Madness couldn't get rid of me, but a teenage girl did.
Yep. Straight vortex warp out of there, like.
Okay, so you legit you cast invisibility?
Absolutely.
He didn't even use a spell slot on Sisyphus. But this situation.
Basilis, Torin, you see as Corallos vanishes on the floor of this establishment, and you see as the white tiefling young lady goes, kind of.
She whispers, "I have true sight."
She's looking around. Huh.
V asks Basilis.
Oh, okay.
Or V asks Draco. Is he still in the room?
My pass is like 22, so probably. I didn't hear the door.
I'm going right back over to Torin.
You're going right back over to. Okay.
Oh yeah.
You just see as she's kind of crouching down now in that area where you were, and you just, I'm gonna say Torin and Basilis definitely. You hear, is this a magic trick?
Aw, she's so innocent.
And you see, is she just kind of like does that whole thing, that air air sensing thing.
You can recover. You can recover.
Basilis is going to, in any interaction with Corallos, in any observation of Corallos, has there been any?
Draco leans over to.
Basilis is just gonna. You know what? He had a rough night, and he is gonna try to be. He's gonna try to be a nice, kind cow, and he's going to come over and kind of like kneel down, or like kind of do the haunch sit where you like the squat. And he's gonna go. I am not a predator. Shut up! You don't know.
Wow.
So I'm gonna squat down and say, yes, it is a magic trick. The young man strikes me as bashful.
Oh
And
God!
It is entirely possible that seeing you caught him off guard, and it is completely understandable for especially younger people or people less worldly.
Oh God!
to
Oh God!
overcome
No! My God!
with- What's the proper term?
Does he
Sometimes
turn
we see
invisible?
Embarrassment
things
when they
that
face
are-
plant?
Does she
Sometimes
turn
we see
invisible at
things
this?
that are very beautiful, and it catches us off guard. And much like stepping outside, waking up a few minutes too early and seeing the last vestiges of the golden hour at dawn, sometimes things catch us off guard and take our breath away. And because of that, we oftentimes react irrationally or poorly. Or maybe he's just a very clumsy wizard of some kind. I
My
wish I could tell
Big
you
Dad
which,
energy right there.
50-50, but it is kind of impressive.
Does Torin know that Corallos is next to him right now?
Roll perception at disadvantage
Okay.
because he's invisible.
But Draco leans over to V. I remember the first time I met my wife.
I'd argue it should be a flat roll because Torin should be able to smell shame. As a man who was a 17-year-old boy.
Or doesn't have king smell.
That's a 10.
10? No. Not unless he makes himself known. No. And that's what you see is this white-skinned tiefling girl kind of hears you out, but you also get that she might have tuned you out about halfway through. And your perception is high enough to where you're like, oh, this one's attention span. Like, you know, like you pick up on that quick. There's no insight involved on that.
V calls over to Basilisk. Excuse me, Basilisk, we need your help over here.
All right, I'm on my way. I don't know where Corallos went, but I guess missed opportunities and all that.
And before you walk away, Basilisk, she does look at you, and what she took from all that. Well, if he wanted to play hard to get, that's my stick.
Torin
Well,
almost
looks like he's doing it different than
immediately
you
will
are.
go, like, will turn to the shelf, acting like he's shopping for something, trying to, like, not make eye contact on this situation. And like,
He's
yep,
just like, well, I
totally,
guess he's doing it
totally
better
just
than you are.
shopping. Totally just shopping. Nothing to see.
She's a child. You don't need to burn her at the stake. Jesus.
I didn't say anything. I am looking at
Hey,
weapons.
V threw her under an entire series of wagons.
Yeah. Okay.
She didn't do anything to you.
And she kind of, looking over at Torin, she just kind of, okay, well, if you see him, let me know. And soundlessly walks away.
Like out of the shop.
Yeah, no, literally, you see her take steps, and you don't hear her walk.
Oh my
So-
god.
They
that's
don't hear
horrifying.
her, or me and Draco don't hear her.
Oh my god.
You have an 18. Draco, what's your past perception?
22.
Jesus.
Draco, you hear faint noises as she walks away. Basilisk, you don't hear her walk away.
She's highly trained.
Check your purse, Corallos.
Corallos, where you at?
Sweet Pea, you can come out now.
It didn't work, Torin.
I fucking saw my guy. I fucking saw. Then I
V
didn't see you.
comes-
Where the fuck did you go?
V comes over. What didn't work?
Nah, Draco's interested as well. What didn't work? What did you tell him?
V goes back over to Draco, and she's just like quietly to you, Draco. She's just like, I have been a highly trained priestess of Aphrodite since my youth, and it seems like everyone around here thinks they can do my job better than me. Strange. So strange. Did you get your staff?
Spear, but yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's... Maybe next time. This was very weird for everyone involved, I'm sure. You alright, Corallos?
I'm fine.
Still invisible?
Absolutely, yes.
So, are you going to go find her? Or you good?
I don't know where she went.
Well,
Out
and we
the
don't know where
door.
you went
She-
either. Where the fuck are
she-
you?
She went out the door. So,
On your left, Torin.
Ah.
Just as a note, as soon as Corallos becomes visible again, Basilisk is finding this mildly amusing and really needs this today.
Sure.
As soon as Corallos becomes visible, he's immediately going to cast Sending to the white tiefling and just tell her he's back. But that's as soon as he becomes visible again. I'm just letting you know above board so you can do what you need to do.
Okay.
Also above board, I can do this for an hour.
Sweet.
So we just have invisible, embarrassed
Only makes it
Corallos.
better. That's so much better.
I love this.
Look at that.
Oh my
But
gosh.
then a minute later, an hour later, oh, he's back.
I can't wait to dissect
going
this
to, like-
scene.
Fuck.
I can't wait to
Beautiful.
dissect this scene later, like on one of your podcasts, because I have so much to add to that scene
Yep.
from personal life. Oh my gosh. Okay.
V is like doing this to find Corallos, and she's like,
Too
just-
real, people.
Okay, come on. If Corallos will let her, she's like, okay, all right, you're staying with, so you don't get lost. We need to keep an eye. Okay, come on.
All right.
Just
Okay. Okay.
the Bloody Mary.
To the Bloody Mary? Very well. Let's get there.
I was gonna say, Corallos, did you drop invisibility, or are you still?
No.
Yeah,
If
I'll
you stay
drop it.
invisible,
Okay.
Once
Be-
if we're
be
heading to the
keeping an
Bloody
eye.
Mary, yes, I'll drop you.
Okay.
V wants to make sure the child doesn't get lost in the crowd or anything. But she's like holding on to him the whole time there, but like subtly so he can stay invisible.
Torin watches them walk out, looks at Draco.
It's like
That-
you're holding an
that fucking
invisible
happened.
bag of groceries.
Yeah, exactly. She's like holding an invisible purse. She's like doing this, but nobody can see anything. And she's just making sure Corallos doesn't get lost.
That's a strange way to walk, but to each their own.
I still think you should check his pockets, making sure she's not a pickpocket.
You can check, Corallos.
I'll check.
You still have all your belongings.
For now.
As you
Don't
say
worry,
that
she'll
to,
take half of them from you later in life. Anyway.
As you say that to Draco Torn, like he just gets this 1,000-yard stare. Remember how him and Lilith met for the first time? He was like, "Yeah."
Fortunate son plays in his head.
Like, yeah, like there was a trap. Somebody was hanging upside down from a tree and everything. Yes, this
Hey,
was.
Corallos, really random question. Did you have that deck of cards last, or did I?
Oh man.
I'm trying to remember. It was when we are on the ship. You might have them.
I believe I do, yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Do you want them?
No, you can keep them. I was just wondering where they were at. But V on our way to the Bloody Mary wants to pickpocket one of the cards off of Corallos.
Oh shit.
Okay. On the way, sleight of hand V. Perception Corallos.
Oh, Christ almighty. Fortunate son loaded by.
Got a 19.
I got an 18 on the die plus 7.
Yes.
Right.
18 on the die plus 7.
Yeah. Corallos, you don't notice. And
Okay.
what
Again.
were you trying to pilfer from his pocket, V?
Just when we get to the Bloody Mary, as everyone goes in, V kind of keeps invisible Corallos back before we enter the building, and she sort of hands you one of the tarot cards, and it is the reversed Two of Cups. And she just goes to your invisible form, where she's assuming your eyes are. We would all love to keep you all to ourselves. But if you ever need better help in making friends, it kind of flips it right side up. Don't be afraid to ask. And then just kind of ushers you through the door.
I'm walking in.
Okay. So you guys walk in. And it's still the morning. And so the Bloody Mary isn't nearly as crowded as it was the day before. Let's see. Who or does everyone want to take the lead on the meeting? Because what you see as you guys walk in is you see the black, but definitely with some gray mixed in furred tabaxi that you had met the previous day, and you see this extremely beautiful pirate captain, long brown hair that's kind of half curly, half wavy, that kind of sweeps back. You see this kind of leather corset that works under the rather, I'd say, prototypical, like a pirate, like a fluffy fencing shirt that's kind of left open a little bit. You do see the suede over, like, swashbuckling hat that kind of curls on one side. It's not as grandiose as Ramsey's. Not nearly as big, not nearly as grandiose, but there is a small feather that kind of comes off of it. You do recognize her as the random pirate you saw on the street the previous day.
Not taking point, but Draco is behind whoever is taking point.
I was gonna let the first night take point.
Yes, Torin will. He will step forward.
And Draco's there for support.
Greet the tabaxi, because they had the conversation the night before. Morning. I see you brought the captain, and I brought my companions with me.
He's gonna kind of curtsy and then take point on your other side.
The tabaxi slightly bows, and you just see as the Elandra just tips her hat and immediately removes it and sets it on the table, kind of off to the side of her. And you just see as she motions to a couple chairs sitting in front of her. You do note that, very similar to the night before, that her and the tabaxi have their backs to the wall, so they can definitely see everything that is going on in the entire tavern.
Basilisk will move to wherever Draco's sitting. I'm assuming V is going to be on Orin's right and Draco to his left.
Yeah.
Basilisk will stand with his back to Draco and face the other way and and cross his arms and set his shoulders so he looks as big and intimidating as possible, but facing the other way.
We got Minotaur security.
Right. Torin will pull the chairs out for himself, Draco, and V, and kind of eye Taruk to do the same thing that Basilisk is doing, but behind V.
He does.
And then Torin will sit down.
Okay.
I guess Torin will take point. So, I've brought what we could call my negotiator and spokeswoman for the group. And then just some wise counsel with me. And as you could see, our, you could say, muscle.
Unfazed, has not spoken, has let you.
Just to show that we are, in fact, capable and competent, not just a group of wayward nobodies trying to ask a very large favor of a very new friend.
We'd assume that some of our requests, or at least some of our situation, had been translated ahead of time, but if you need us to rehash, feel free to ask.
I got the gist of it, but if there's anything that you feel like I should know now... And she kind of shifts, or just kind of shifts in her chair just a little bit.
Well, only that what my friend here said is true. We're asking a big favor of some very new friends, but we think it could be worth your while in the end. While we're still looking around for the best option for who we represent, we would at least love to maintain a professional air here, letting you know that we didn't want you to feel stood up. Even if we do end up going with another party, we at least want to maintain potential relations in the future, since we have a very multifaceted road ahead of us.
Draco just nods.
It's very diplomatic, and I respect that.
It's important not to burn bridges before we build them.
How about we just forego the formalities? What do you want from me?
Okay, glance at Torin.
Safe passage to, see, now I'm blanking. I don't have a note.
Arya.
Arya.
As you say, the player legit forgot the name. Safe passage to the island of Arya, and a trip returning to Sandbar, of course. Don't want to get stranded out in a random island. We have business out there. Hopefully it won't take more than a few days to conclude, and then head back here.
I know of it. I know the way. I've been there a few times myself.
Well, we have not, so it is helpful that you are familiar.
Arya is very different from here in that they're very, very careful about who they let in. And by careful, I mean gold makes things turn.
Is there docking manifest, so to speak, on the up and up? Is that where the gold is usually needed, or is it simply...
That would be a beginning, yes. Let's just say that you should consider Arya less of a kingdom and more of a very elaborate business. And you'll do well.
What are they in the business of, if you wouldn't mind giving us the info?
Oh, good lord. Everything. If it can be sold or bought or produced, the Council of Arya very much is interested in it. Very little is considered contraband or illegal, very simply because if they can make gold off of it, they're interested. They have laws. However, those laws can be amended with the right leverage.
Sounds a lot like Sandbar.
As far as entering laws, I'm assuming there's docking fees, and a lot of rules to follow, a lot of surveillance when it comes to taking up space in their harbor, perhaps?
That's not so much a concern. I'm just simply giving you I'm assuming you're first-timers, so I'm just giving you a basic 411 of what I know of it.
First time traveling there, yes. Not our first time traveling.
Yes, but you will definitely stick out. And she kind of looks around at all of you. It's a predominantly human kingdom, so I don't know your business, and I didn't ask, and I really don't need to know that part. However, if what you're doing requires any small amounts of stealth, I would say kiss that idea goodbye. And not to point any fingers, but you, and you. And she basically points at Corallos, Basilisk, and Taruk. And excuse me, Torin as well. And Torin. Yeah. You will not be treated hostile. You will just stick out like a sore thumb.
Sounds like Thurandia. But, you know...
Sounds like most places we go to.
Well, you know, competent and intimidating security is hard to find, and I pay good prices for it when it's intimidating enough.
He
The
nods.
story that's worked just as fine as any so far.
So the question, out of curiosity, if we
Yes.
were to need to meet with this Council of Arya, how difficult would that be to arrange?
How difficult is it to meet the King of Thrandia? How difficult is it to meet the leader of any nation?
Are they that large of a kingdom? How large is the local governance? Not so much the full council, but magistrates, judges, smaller time council members.
I would say not nearly the size of Thrandia, but I'm simply saying that you won't be able to just walk right up and talk to the ruling council. You'll have to find your own inn. I assume that comes with the part of your business that you won't tell me about.
Nothing personal, it's just not really relevant until it's relevant, to be completely honest. We have lofty goals, and this is sort of a first step of sorts. We'll be as forthcoming as we can if we do happen to move forward in any business, but you understand.
Very well. So, the risk on my end. Do I have anything I need to worry about with any of you? Any standing warrants? Bounties?
Genuinely thinking about this?
Yeah, same.
I think we're fairly clean.
Outside of just Torrin being a Dragonborn and the King of Thurandia not liking them.
Outside of the outward.
That's the biggest one.
Oh,
I
that's
can
just
think of.
racism.
Yeah, that's just racism. Like, I can't
Draco's
think of.
That's xenophobia, man.
Yeah.
You can't.
No, none of us
Technically
have bounties.
speaking,
None of us are.
I feel like
Most of us aren't
Draco's
murderers.
actually going to say anything. V sort of like shoots him a look or gives him a very subtle sleight of hand jab.
I was about to say, above board, technically, Draco does have bounties on him.
You don't need to know.
I'm just saying, I said above board. I'm just.
Yeah, no, I'm waiting to see if you mention it.
I'm taking.
I was gonna say, has Draco mentioned it to the party? Because I don't think Torrin would know that.
No,
outside
I think
of
we
the
would
fact
assume,
that
because
he
when
is
we
a
met
druid.
him, he was literally being hunted by druid
You
hunters. So I think
literally
it's safe to
saved him
assume
from druid hunters. You
Yeah.
know that there's a mandate from Pyrrhus on hunting druids.
V's going to ask her about do the proclivities of Thrandia all carry over? Aside from the outward prejudice, what are any groups that do they have any special groups that they would deem criminal that we might not know about?
She sits back, thinks for a moment. I believe they have their criminals like any other society, but nothing that outwardly stands out.
Well, then we're clean.
Sandbath is really... The law is very easy to follow here.
Sam.
V is... Oh, sorry, Corallos, you say? Yeah, so she doesn't say druid specifically. V's going to swap into Thieves' Cant really quick and just assure her that we are a fair squeaky lot, which shouldn't have any of the pigs poking around too hard.
Lovely. Well... That brings up now the matter of compensation for this little transportation to a remote yet prosperous kingdom that not too many people frequent unless they have business there. Shall I lead off, or are you making an offer?
I suppose you might as well say if you have any specifics in mind.
She kind of, a coy smile kind of comes across. She goes, withstanding that everything that you say is true and that there's no unnecessary risks that I'm not being told about, a standard transportation rate, and I will... How many of you would it be? Torin, Corallos,
6 total.
would be
6
Draco,
total. Yeah, 'cause
Taruk
we don't
would be
have Hector.
6.
6.
$1,500 gold for the lot of you.
Oh. And what does that include, Ogba, from your end, just to be curious?
You have a guaranteed trip to and from Aria. I will not be setting on foot on shore with you. No further than the dock district and the typical places for someone like me to stay low for a few days. Consider my protection, the extent of it pretty much leaves you at the shore of Aria.
And if it took more than a few days, if we needed an extension on the amount of time you'd be docked.
We could certainly renegotiate if things took a little longer than expected. I'm not unreasonable.
And then the trip back would be included.
That is included in the original charge. The only... call it if you wish to hold your reservation a little longer. That might be a little additional charge later. I'm sure you can understand that.
Of course.
And one more little thing. I have my own business to attend to on the way to Aria.
That was going to be my next question. I wouldn't
Yes.
imagine it would be an uneventful trip, but what should we expect? I'm sure you're squeaky as they come, but what should we expect being on your vessel?
Well, I have not deceived you in any way. I am far from squeaky.
Figured.
However, also in the name of fairness and putting all the cards on the table, no one wants my neck. At least no one alive wants my neck. And there's no outstanding bounties on my head that I've been made aware of. So, any risk that would come from my end would be for my own personal business, and after all, it is my ship. So, I have a few things to attend to on the way to Aria, but I guarantee that it will not delay you, and you will not come to any harm.
Well,
As long as you stay out of my business. I must make that very clear.
If anything, we're more concerned about us needing to assist in your business. We've had eventful voyages. You know how these things can be, and when our necks are on the line, we don't always, sit back and really trust in the hospitality of others. We've had to take action once or twice. Rarely have we interfered in the business of the captain, but we would hate to do something that was misconstrued as business interference when we were just protecting ourselves.
If any of you are a steady hand, there's work for you. That's more along the day-to-days work of simply running a ship. However, you'll know when it's business, so to speak. So I trust that you'll know when to stay out of it.
Well, it looks as though we have everything we could need. I'm gonna look at Torin just to make sure there's nothing else you guys want to ask.
That's what I'm thinking about.
During the course of this, can I make an insight check as to two things specifically?
Mm-hmm.
One, she said no person alive. Let's be perfectly honest. Ghost ship. Ghost pirates. Option. Anyway. And then number 2.
Sound logic.
Very
And?
sound logic.
I'm just saying, like, no one alive.
Oh,
There's
shit.
3 liches after me. I said no one alive. That's the kind because I'm a bad person and I would do
there's
that.
a chain ghost after us, and no one alive.
Yeah, well, that's where we draw the line.
And then I want to see if Basilisk can pick up anything as to like the overall demeanor of this person, and what it like. Is she up to things that are illegal or things that are unethical?
Okay. That is absolutely. I'll give you what your passive perception gives you, and then to go further, I'm going to say insight. Passive perception, you don't detect anything that's. She has not lied. First of all, definitely. If your take is, if she's lying, dang, she's good because she's chosen her words carefully. And there's a demeanor of there's no demeanor of evasiveness. There's a demeanor of control with her. Where you could say that the interaction with Cassie was a little more loose cannon. This one is more calculated. This one is more few steps ahead on whatever game's being played.
A narcissist versus a hedonist.
It's one way to look at it. Now, as for the specifics, that would be insight.
18.
18. You don't believe that it was that the idea of no one alive. You get the idea that that was less to do with, ghosts or liches are after me, undead are after. You don't get that vibe. You get that was more of a, anyone who has a problem with me, I usually take care of fairly quick. And, anyone who would have reason to put a bounty on me or would have a problem with me, they're dead.
Because I was on the phone earlier, did we say anything about them knowing? Did y'all say anything about who's after me? Or no?
No.
We have not.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Okay. I'll wait until whatever happens until we can reconvene and I can discuss things with everyone.
Yeah,
I've
thinking
got
the
nothing else
first-
at this point.
V is going to sort of, just as a last one, sort of mention. Insofar as relations or rumors or associates we may either know or have heard of, we would hate to be intrusive, but do you think there's any likelihood of us working closely with anyone like, say, a captain named Renard Drake or anyone of the like?
I would hope not.
Business can get messy, can't it?
Certainly.
Some trades just are more trouble than they're worth. Some people more trouble than they're worth. We're not looking to run afoul of anybody who can make things unnecessarily messy.
You just see as eyes narrow at you.
I'd like to insight her if she's mad at me or mad at the idea of a person.
Roll insight.
I would also like to roll insight.
Roll insight.
I'm keeping an eye out on the bar to make sure nobody's approaching us from behind.
Moo.
Yeah, that's an
so
8.
that I can consume their frontal lobes with my cow teeth.
I'm sorry. Torn, what'd you get?
8.
8? No.
Yeah, didn't roll.
Sorry, bud.
29. 17 on the die.
Good lord.
Basilisk, what did you roll?
Oh, for insight for this or for the previous roll?
Well, I thought you said that. I'm sorry, I apologize. I thought you said you were checking the room like behind you to make sure nobody
Oh
was.
yeah. No, I'm literally because my back is to Draco, so he can see everything on this side. So perception check.
Yes.
22.
22. No one appears to be closing in on you. It appears to just be the two. You have I will say immediately, V and a couple of you, the tabaxi has sat there silent, smoking a cigar the entire time. You've noticed that he has taken in the entire conversation. His eyes have darted between who's talking and to the group of you as a whole, has done and said nothing. Now, you notice the demeanor change the minute you said Renard Drake's name.
Mm-hmm.
You could swear that the temperature in the room dropped a couple degrees. There's a extremely different demeanor at the mention of that name. From someone who was even-keeled and unreadable for the entire conversation that you caught. Especially when you mentioned that comment about how business can get messy, you noted the tone change. She has not taken her eyes off of you.
Yeah, V hasn't either. And she's just sort of. V kind of dropped some of the bullshit too, like, or not so much drop, but like, this was about this. And when she has that reaction, V and her, it kind of becomes about this now.
Mm-hmm.
V kind of squares up. She was very polite, now she sort of leans in.
With a 29, you hear a subtle noise. Like a clicking sound.
Okay.
Oh, no, I know, no.
I know what that click sound was.
She is staring at you. I'll even serve up a fastball here.
Mm-hmm.
Strange name to just throw out randomly.
Strange person to run into.
Indeed.
Strange in the sense of protective, or maybe something a little more aggressive. Strange in the sense of bad paths to cross, or people you maybe would prefer to have a chat with. Which kind of goes back to Thieves' Cant and is like, is this someone you want to kill, or is this someone you would like to
Switching to
find?
Thieves' Cant. I have no wish to talk to dead men.
Do I get the impression that she wants him dead when she sees him, or that she killed him?
She didn't say.
Can I insight?
Sure.
It's a 22. It's a 10 on the die.
22.
Olive, can V speak Draconic?
No.
That is a natural 1 on the die.
Ooh.
You note as she leans in just a little closer. I mean, I have no desire to talk to a man that I've already killed. And you hear the clicking noise again. And you see as she slowly pulls her hand up from underneath the table and kind of waves a crossbow and then sets it to her side, more visible, and you notice as she relaxes.
V smiles, a genuine smile. Can I buy you a drink?
You note that the demeanor goes very similar to when the conversation first started. And she kind of nods and kind of motions, and a bottle is brought.
Well, it seems like we're all back on the same page.
V sort of pours her a tall one on V1. To a good chat.
Downs it.
Downs it. Well, this has been incredibly informative, and I hope that we choose you for our future endeavors, but we still have a lot to go over. We would love to make it worth your while. We would love to do business. Like we said, we would love to keep this bridge unburnt in the events we go with someone else, but consider us very interested in doing business in the future.
She nods. Picks the hat up.
Can I get a fork?
Sets the hat back on her head, and she kind of relaxes. Now you see, crosses both legs and kind of sets them up on a chair off to the side and just relaxes. If I don't hear from you in the next few days, I will just assume that it was not meant to be.
That seems
Appreciate
fair.
it. Don't take it personally if we get blown in a different direction.
Certainly not.
She kind of slides the bottle. Keep the bottle.
Thank you.
Oh. Veronice.
Elandra.
It's been a pleasure.
For the first time in this whole meeting, Draco finally says something. Draco, and tries to shake her hand.
She just looks up at you. I didn't ask.
Damn.
Goddamn. Very, very. Yeah.
Just
Draco's.
all.
Yeah. Draco's sad now.
My man got sunned.
Yeah. Wasn't even a
She's
month.
gonna give you guys a look and head to our back room, and she's going to grab a bottle from behind the counter on her way to the back room.
Basilisk, you just hear Taruk whisper, I am so turned on right now.
He would.
Torin will stand up.
I'm going to choose to ignore that and refuse to unpack it.
Good. Torin will stand up, extend his hand out to the tabaxi. Pleasure doing business, and thank you for arranging the meeting.
Yeah, no problem. It's kind of like a quick
Oh yeah, it's
one and done kind of deal.
Yep, that's all there was. Just a thanks for the time. And he'll
As you walk away, I'll definitely say Basilisk, Draco, you both hear the tabaxi look at her and go, fucking tourist, right?
I'm gonna keep that to myself. So that's Where are we headed now? What's next?
V went to the back
Yeah,
room.
Torin's
with the-
following V.
Yeah, the party went to the back room.
Okay, yeah, so head to the back.
V gets in that room, and she like swigs heavily from the bottle and like slams it down on the table,
Easy now.
and is just shaking.
Easy.
Basilisk
easy.
will look at Draco, Torin, and V and say, "Well done. They think us simpletons, tourists. They do not take us seriously. That puts us in a position to only gain.
I say.
You seem off. Something you wish to share, or something you wish to keep to yourself?"
Well, it has to do with Drake, so.
I'm just.
Who's
having-
this Drake guy, by the way?
He's a prick.
He was a captain who ferried people out of Sandbar.
Hold on a sec. Did you say was?
If she's to be trusted, and I don't see why not, there was a visceral reaction.
Right. He has
He's
that effect
dead.
on people. He's dead. Oh.
Apparently, he's dead.
Oh. Well, I guess you can get good news this early in the morning.
I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about that, because while I couldn't wait to put him in a shallow grave myself, I hope it wasn't too easy, because he's one of the captains that sided with the Brotherhood after the fall of Brine and sold ships worth of people back as slaves to be thralls to this dark god they're worshipping, and he, let's just say, played an incredibly stiff hand in getting someone killed. Anyways. Cheers.
Did you have questions you wanted to ask him?
Possibly. I don't think it would have done any good. He was relatively low in the pecking order when it came to.
I am not speaking of doing good. Were there questions you wish to ask him?
Is that a thing?
Yes. Information is as useful as any spell or spear or blade.
I think the questions I actually have are for Dathenmeyer. So maybe I just wanted to. I don't know. I don't like feeling this way. No, he's dead, and that's all that matters. And he would have been of little value if we found him alive, other than some
Much needed venting of frustrations. AKA with your fists.
Oh, Torin. No, it wouldn't have been with my fist. No, he's dead. It's a good thing. I think if she has those kinds of enemies, we could be at least relatively sure that her business wouldn't run afoul of our sensibilities. However, it might be beneficial for us to ask around as to what the respective captains' actual businesses are, to make sure it wouldn't cause any extreme unalignments with our sensibilities. I mean, they are pirates, but there's a certain level of criminality that I think we're all okay with, or at least comfortable with.
I mean, at this point.
Of course, there are those proclivities that we're not okay with, I'm sure. I would hate for any of our...
Listen, there's a difference between robbing from someone and selling an entire ship back to the Brotherhood. Where they fall in that scale is important.
Yeah, absolutely. It might be beneficial for us to ask around about their particular businesses. Maybe Taven will know something. I can ask him. If he doesn't know, he can point us in the direction of someone who does.
We can try to reach out.
We get a read on their respective reputations.
We can try to reach out to Ramsey. He knows just about every pirate in the ocean.
It was a fair offer. Almost a little low, if you ask me.
I think so too.
What was that name of the person you said would be more useful to acquire?
What name? I'm sorry.
Dathan?
Oh, right.
Oh yeah, we haven't really explained who Dathan is to Basilisk yet. Besides the walking human piece of shit that he is.
We can get to that later. My question is that someone that would be... Is that someone that would be useful or profitable for us to acquire?
He's, from what I can gather, a high-ranking, very powerful member of the Brotherhood's hierarchy, at least in Brine. So...
Torn will look at
Wow.
Corallos and Taruk and be like, well, looks like you got a promotion while we were gone.
You should have killed him when you had the chance.
We really should have.
We should have.
V, do you have... You have made mention that you were maybe not clerical, but clerical adjacent history. Is that correct?
I have a long-standing relationship and duty to the goddess Aranya.
Is Basilisk able to pick up that this person distresses you in some way?
Oh yeah, she has kind of started doing that like empty stare, and she's incredibly still, except for her hands won't stop shaking.
Basilisk will simply say, do you have something that would befit an offering for a deity worth maybe 30 gold?
Yes, at least. What are you trying to do?
Something you could part with.
If you tell me what you're trying to do, perhaps.
I wish to... What's the term? Make a good first impression by acquiring for you information that you wouldn't be able to otherwise get. And to put myself in the good graces of whoever will answer the call.
My issue with Drake doesn't have to do with our voyage or with it's I suppose personal. I don't know how relevant or useful it would be to all of us, so if it's I don't before at the wedding when that was Dathan's work. And so I don't think he's so much useful to get information about, more as useful to put in the fucking ground.
Basilisk will he's not going to get too close, but he's going to sit down and look at you in a position of vulnerability. And he'll look over. Horan.
Yes.
what has hurt you or what has impacted you that causes your hands to shake?
In general, or do you mean when it comes to Dathan?
In general, I suppose.
He kind of squints and sits on her hands.
Well, the Brotherhood, let's say, tested some magic out on my village, and everyone but myself and one other were turned to stone. So, there's that. So
My condolences.
I appreciate that.
Corallos, what have you experienced? What has scared you or impacted you to the point that it makes your hands shake?
Mina's betrayal.
Draco, what has happened to you? What has inspired fear in you or impact in you to the degree that your hands shake?
I guess seeing how little humanity people see in druids. Some of the things that I've seen done to them, collected as pelts or made into weapons.
Basilisk literally just sheds a tear at that. Doesn't say anything, just fully sheds a tear at that sentence. And then he looks at V and says, would you say that none of these things are important to what we are doing?
Absolutely.
And I will agree. And he will stand up and he'll hold his hand out, and you'll see that it's ever so slightly just erratic. And now, since coming here, I am plagued with nightmares and visions and visitations. So I know what it is that you have gone through. I seek to do this not for any reason but if my hands are unsteady, I cannot wield my weapons and my shields. If my mind is unsteady, I cannot solve problems. I cannot lead. I cannot do what I need to do. And I cannot solve my problem. But I might be able to solve your problems. And I think that a fair exchange.
She looks at you and pulls her hands out from under her lap. Basilisk, I've been unsteady for a very long time. And my weapons and my mind and my tongue can be wielded just as steadily as if I were steady myself, so don't fear any lack of capability from me. And can I come to you with this later?
In exchange for a favor. Yes, absolutely.
I'm going to go talk to Taven. Get some information about our captain's businesses. She gives you on her way out. She kind of touches your hand, Basilisk, with hers that has stopped shaking. And leaves to go talk to Taven.
Okay. or we just segue right to that one. Anybody? Well, Draco?
mm,
Go ahead, Draco.
Nah, I was just gonna with V leaving out. Just wanted to address to the party. So after we figure out who we're going with, that's everything we need to do. Correct?
I think so.
Yeah.
All the preparations.
Dropping done.
We just
And,
need to find our ride and get on the road.
Torn. To be honest, just throwing it out there, we only need a way there. I can get us back to Sandbar, no problem.
Ooh.
Well, that is pleasant
You
news.
you were in the middle of your negotiation, so I didn't want to undercut you.
No,
but
I appreciate that, but
I can get us back here, and even if such a situation occurs where things are more overwhelming than what we prepare for,
we've got to get at a jail button.
yes.
Fair. Thank you, Draco.
But that's all. Just wanted to make I guess, like, I know we had a list of things that we needed to do, so I just wanted to make sure everything was buttoned away, and once we figure out who we going with, we can, set off.
Right. Basilisk. You said you can help us fix our problems.
That is what I'm here for.
Do you? Because I've seen Draco do it. Would you also have the capability to fix my village?
I guess at that question, Draco's gonna. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Draco.
No. Draco's gonna turn to Torn and I guess rip the band-aid off. Torn, how long have your people been petrified?
At this point, this is just me doing the math. Torn to say, at this point, few years, maybe 5 or 6.
I had.
Bastos will put a hand on Draco's shoulder. Normal magics will not operate at that scale. But discerning what methodology was used to turn them to stone, that can be undone. Because if we know it was done, we will know whether we need to dispel magic, which is a couple of weeks of naps and snacks and casting spells, or greater restorations, which is prohibitively expensive, or even more intense means of solving the problem. Much less if you were to hunt a dragon, it would be wise to know its color before you stocked up on weapons and potions.
Right.
Let us know what we are trying to solve specifically, and then we can solve it generally.
All I know, I don't know the origin of the spell or what spell was cast. All I know, it was cast into a very large very large gem, and I saw a bright light and woke up on the ground, surrounded by everyone turned to stone. I've seen Draco fix myself in a similar situation, but that was almost immediately after. There is, and if I find him, I will be glad to ask him. There is one person that knows for sure what was used. And I've been looking for him for a very long time. He is a metallic dragonborn. I don't know what color specifically he was cloaked, but he has a charred to the skin, charred skin across his back because I caught him in the back with my breath.
What was the name of your village?
It's actually the village of Naramos. Torin is my family name.
To what gods do you pray?
The village mostly prayed to Bahamut.
You have an offering of 30 gold or so? An item? Anything?
I have a few things.
It's something you'd be willing to part with.
I do, actually. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, George, we sold to that tattoo artist, we got the ruby dust, correct?
I wasn't on for that episode.
Damn. That's
Yeah,
right.
we definitely got a fuckload of dust. I would say
Yeah,
like a pinch of it would probably be worth 30 gold.
No, I'm saying specifically because Torn has something in his inventory, and I want to make sure that that's not what I was using the dust for. So I think we used.
To be fair,
I think we
gold
bought
would
ruby
probably
dust.
technically work.
I think we bought ruby dust. So
I think you did too.
okay. So with that, Torn will go into his bag, and he will pull out the teardrop sapphire that he found a long time ago. It's worth table-wise, it's worth roughly 500 gold.
Jesus, probably
And
using
And you don't.
Well, he was going to use
This seems
it
a little
as part of his
pricey.
armor, but we found the ruby dust instead of the sapphire.
Well,
I would just do a pinch of the dust.
Because I need the dust for later.
All right.
Or like 30 actual gold too. You don't have to do a full size sapphire.
I will say, well, Basil will say, I know what the minimums are, but I also know of rumors of dragons, so perhaps this might be a good idea. It might also be overpaying.
I have gold, if that's enough.
I'll take 30 gold,
Torn will easily
specifically from Torin.
Yeah, he will easily hand it over.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything they want to do real quick? I'm gonna cast divination, and it's gonna take a little bit of time. But if anybody has anything else that they want to do, or if anybody needs to take care of anything else before I do that, because I don't want to eat up the rest of the time doing that again.
I was just gonna go to Taven and ask which, again, because I know above board we have some concerns about like knowing what their business was, because we would hate to be like on the ship and then they do something like moral, and then we have to like fight them. So I was just gonna ask Taven like how bloodthirsty these pirate captains were by reputation, and that was gonna be it for me, just to get that information.
Okay, Taven pretty much tells you that Cassie could be a little more, I don't know if bloodthirsty is the word, but probably easier to distract piracy speaking. not that it's attention span or lack of intelligence. It's
She's
just
more
that
likely to go, ooh, shiny.
she's more likely to go, ooh, that looks takeable. Detour.
Not necessarily one to like blow up a boatload of orphans or sell them to the Brotherhood.
No, not that type. He definitely tells you that neither Elandra or Cassie are bloodthirsty as pirates go.
Okay,
He
cool.
tells you what you kind of picked up on from the conversations, that Elandra is more calculating.
Right.
Cassie is more, dog chasing a carriage type.
Gotcha. I did forget there was one other thing, real quick.
Mhm.
Back at breakfast, I was wanting to draw a sketch of the description I was given of the mage Erickson from the
Yeah.
Benedict Cumber Britishy looking dude. So
Yeah.
I have described to me.
Dexterity. Make it a dexterity check.
Okay. Performance or straight dex?
Yeah, I'll let you do performance. Yeah. That makes sense. Go ahead.
Okie dokie. 6 damage. Jesus. Math is so hard. 17.
17. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say after a few minutes you actually have a very, very recognizable sketch of this person.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna take out that I would have drawn it at breakfast. And yeah, I mean no color to the eyes, but there's obviously a lot missing because all I really have to go off of is tall, lanky, nerdy,
Yeah.
salt and pepper. But yeah, so I sort of, after the business, I kind of pull that out and I just go, one other question, and I realize how off the wall this sounds. The green tiefling I asked you to keep an eye out for. I'm gonna open the sketchbook. Did you ever see him with this man?
Never seen him. He's not this guy.
Yeah, I figured.
Not saying it's a dead end, just saying that I haven't seen him. Sorry.
I glance around the bar. Look back at him. I might have been a little off when I got back to Sandbar the first time. I might have not had the whole picture on a few things. Just kind of twist that ring around. I know I asked you to keep an eye out in case he's trouble. I don't think you have to, or you should plan on seeing him again. But if you see this man, maybe, please, let me know.
You got it. If I do see the other one, do you still want to know?
Sure. But I wouldn't expect him. Thank you.
No problem.
I'll have my things out of the storage room soon. We're leaving. Thank you. Again.
Yep.
Just go back to that.
Okay. Unless anybody else has anything, I think we have a divination spell to do real quick.
Yep.
Right. Now, if that's the case, Basilisk will lean his staff. He will lean the staff that Corallos gave him against the wall and hang his scales from the top of it. And he will look to Torin and Draco and Corallos, and then I guess V, as V's walking in, he'll nod at her as well. And he'll say, Torin, what is the name? Do you guys have a formal name for Bahamut?
I believe that's just it.
Okay. And then in Celestial, Basilisk will start, and he will say, I'm assuming I would have at least a passing knowledge of who Bahamut is.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
It
And
may not
he
be
will
your
say-
immediate field of expertise, but I think you would be better than the average cleric in Thrandia would.
Smarter than the average bird.
He's going to take a deep breath and say, Bahamut, Father of Dragons, I come to you and ask on behalf of your child. Is our path that we are to embark on going to lead us to the one who turned Nermos village to stone? And he'll hold out the 30 gold and drop them into a censer in his other hand as he prays.
On top of the spell, just give me a religion check on top of it. I want to do a thing here. I want to do a thing here, so let's...
Cosmic Omen, baby.
There goes my legs. I did my best, guys. I'm gonna miss you all.
I'm rolling a
Nah,
D6.
he's just gonna take one leg and one arm.
Are you weaker at the
I mean,
knees
you're a paladin.
or
You want to
the
pray
ankle?
with me?
What, do you want Torin to be turned into a full suit of armor?
Well, I mean, that's a like. Did you want to?
No,
you can
Torin
pray with
will
him. This
be-
is an invocation.
Yes. No, Torin will be a part of it. He's not sure how much help
Okay.
he'll be, but he will be a part of it.
All right.
Add a 6 to your roll.
Go away. My thing is glitched. My religion is only a +5, so I'm just gonna roll an independent die because for whatever reason my thing is fucked up. So 1d20 +5.
+6.
That's an 18 +5 is 23 +6 is 29.
As you drop each coin into the censer, it is consumed almost immediately. It's almost as if the coin evaporates as you see it drop and just... The answer comes nearly instantaneous. Okay. Didn't know I'd be doing this tonight.
I mean, this has been like the
Okay.
last 3 sessions.
Right?
Yeah.
Basilisk
Yeah, I know.
Cleric it up.
We have a cleric again, you guys.
I hope this isn't too bad because I'm trying to do some voiceover crap here.
No, go for it.
The path that you're set on does not end with an answer to your question. However, the path will show you things that you were ignorant to. The answer will not be at the destination. The answer will be in the interim. The answers will be found in the journey.
As as the voice fades, I will relay that verbatim to Torin and say, I don't know about you, but that seems like a pretty good return on investment for 30 gold.
I would agree. So.
Try again later.
Son of a bitch.
Results inconclusive. The fuck they are.
So,
One from I guess.
You're telling me, Basilisk, that there is, after all this time, still hope?
No. I'm telling you, you don't know everything. You don't understand the fullness of what has happened. And maybe there is a solution, and maybe there doesn't need to be a solution. But I cannot know, and I cannot tell you. What I can tell you is that I have faith that the gods that support us in what we are doing, and he's going to look away and go, and whoever is left once all this is said and done will see fit to reward you with, at the very least, closure.
I think I can be okay with that.
You're
And with
better
that-
than most, then. There's it.
And with that, I think that's a good place to end for tonight.
I would agree. Well, goddamn. Whew. That was pretty heavy of an episode.
Nah, there was laughs.
Whew.
It was a shopping episode.
There
I got a
was
new
shopping.
stick.
There was shopping. There was Corallos.
There was
no,
mob deals. It had everything.
There was mob deals. There's everything.
It had everything.
Had everything you want in your high
I
adventure.
I texted George while all this was going on. I was like, "Damn, this is really heavy for an 11 o'clock a.m." It's not
Oh,
even
yeah, this
lunchtime when we're dealing with this shit. Oh my goodness!
We'll eventually get on the seas at some point in time.
Right?
Hey man, we've got all the info we need. Now we just gotta pick next episode, baby.
My vote is still red.
Yeah, I really
leaning
like
that
Kate
way,
Beckinsale.
Well, doesn't everybody? But but thank you everyone for watching. Thank you everyone for listening. As always, like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, tap the little bell on your YouTube app so you never miss the uploads. Buy our shirts at prowrestlingtees.com. Green curbside shirts coming soon.
Purple too.
By
Purple too.
popular
Working on
demand.
purple. Working on purple.
Need one bag.
And before we go, once again, shout out to Collected Comics, and shout out to some friends doing some work for us at J1 Studios. Not gonna spoil the surprise here, but they're working on something real special for us. I'm looking really forward to it. So shout out to them, much love, and we will see you guys next time.